Hey guys. What's up? As they say. You know, I wonder how much Dragon Age 2 would be improved by the inclusion of Shovel Knight music. Thank you, True APM. Color me surprised.
By the dread wolf! Why is my house always such a mess when people are here? It's clean sometimes, I swear.
Not sure I believe you, Meryl, but okay. Hey, Moneybeat. What is up? Okay, which quest do I not want to do? I don't actually remember. Hey, Lycan. Hey, Emily. A little New Dorp, but I mean, think about the potential for how awesome it would be. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, whatever. We'll just do this. Okay, so we don't want to do that one. Hey, Equalitas. Hey, Lurker. Hey, Eli. Hey, Cubles. Hey, Fatsqueak. Hey, Rigel.
You have such pretty hair. What a lovely color.
Other children used to laugh at me for having ginger hair.
Really? Oh, I bet you were cute. Did you have pigtails?
Sometimes.
How precious. Little Aveline running around the village with her flaming orange pigtails streaming behind her. And little boys all scattering and screaming for mercy as she approached.
Shut up, whore.
I don't know. That sounds pretty likely. Don't make me say it, Rigel. You know I will. One of the things that surprised me is... Well, I mean, I already kind of talked about it. The good was better and the bad was worse. I mean, oh my god. Hey, Stukia. It went terribly, Eli. The entire party decided they hated my campaign so much, they're never going to play in it ever again. I don't think Andraste is going to save you when you attack me. Yeah, like I said, Panic. I mean, I've already really said all my thoughts on
There's
it.
the dead drop. Hopefully the Wardens will appreciate this.
I don't know what else to add. Some of the things were good. And I was honestly surprised how much I enjoyed rewatching episode 2. And then some of the things were bad. I hope you guys understand just how much I suffered for you. I actually didn't skip through the romance scenes, the frolicking in the fields, the dinner table. I actually suffered through all of it. You're probably like, yeah, so what? And if you're saying that, you haven't seen those scenes. Blech. Hey, Scottish. Of course, then again, I also watched through all of Threshold, and that's much worse, so hey. Hey, Trinius. What's up? So some of you might be wondering why I'm streaming so early today. I might not be streaming tomorrow because I might be watching a dog. I don't even have any other info, which is really what's irritating me. But yeah, so I might not be streaming tomorrow, just a heads up. Which is one of the reasons I started early today. Oops, let's move the hammer here. What do you think? We'll just hold the hammer here. Oh, here we go, here we go. We'll just do this for the entire stream. There we go. Okay. Yes, that's what I want. Hey, Faustbice, and hey, Lava.
Greetings, my lady. You look like a woman who'd appreciate the finest rubies from Antiva raising her lovely neck. I bring only the best northern merchandise to the free marches.
Actually, I'm more interested in your son.
Oh, that sounds
My
bad.
lady, I'm a bachelor. I've never met a woman of sufficient beauty and charm to tie Vincenzo down.
That's the best you can do with a guard staring you in the face.
Let us not ruin the day with such weighty thoughts. Perhaps I could show you my silks.
Perhaps you could stop jerking me around and tell me where your son is.
The boy is a mage of elven blood. Do you wonder I fear for him?
Yeah, APM. Weird, isn't it? Wait until you see my episode 3 video. I swear half the time I spend a thing saying, and here's this mention of a scene where Hayden Christensen actually does decent acting. And here's the scene where, you know, I just kept kind of doing that as I went through. Okay, so... Yeah, oh. Eh. You got it, Nerozaz. We'll all go on pause and listen to some more, music. While we wait. Shovel Knight music, of course. Now, it's probably going to be a while until the episode 4 video comes out, because I haven't done that yet, as of now. And I don't think I'll have the time to. So, just a heads up.
So, Gustav limped back here, but refuses to speak one word of what happened. Spit it out. Is Harriman dead or not?
The funny thing is,
He was gone by the time I got there. I just killed his guards.
I thought you were better at this.
hey Shmudov.
Guess nothing happens if I don't do it myself. Forget the bounty, but here's a bid for bringing Gustav back.
Mm-hmm.
If you're up for more of this sort of work, let me know. I could make some arrangements.
I'm pretty sure if you flat out tell him the truth, he'll actually attack you. Which, is why I didn't do that. It's kind of funny, though, because it's indicative. I actually kind of like Mirren. He's not a bad sort. But he is definitely of the mercenary mindset, or, to put it in other words, you accomplish the mission and you leave your morals at home when you go to the job. I think he does have a sense of moral standing. It's just irrelevant compared to him doing, you know, his job, right? Makes sense? It's funny, though, because one of the things I always learned first about being a mercenary was there's no money in being a hero, and you never want to die for someone else's war.
Not that there are many good places for that, I guess.
I could say something really corny right now, but I'm not going to. Hey, Snow, and hey, Fitzcott. Yeah, well, I finally got the DLC working, Fitzcott. It took me forever. It was irritating as hell. Hey, Fool Lord. Hey, Big Yeasty. Oh my god, looters! Don't be silly, Mophimus. I never had hair. Because of a dog, Lava. Maybe. That reminds me, can I not recruit Sebastian in Chapter 1 at all? Because I was hearing something about that. Hey, I would play Dragon Age Civil Engineering. That sounds fascinating to me. Of course, I am a total loser, so, you know. That's what I thought, Fitzcott, but I just wanted to make sure, because, I mean, you guys donated for me to buy that damn DLC, so I'd really feel bad about not doing it. So, I'm going to share this story, because this is very indicative of how the... Who's whining about Warlords? Warlords is amazing! Anyways, I did his mission already, so... this is very indicative of the Tevinter in general. I interviewed the surviving slave this morning. She was horror-struck, but managed to tell me her story. The overseer lined 17 slaves up, one behind the other, at the lip of the quarry. The second slave in line was ordered to push the man in front over the edge, and then the third slave pushed the second, and the fourth, and third, and so on it went. Workers in the quarry heard the screams, the crack of bone against rock, and the survivors' anguished cries as the overseer's dragonlings feasted on the 16 helpless bodies splayed upon the quarry's basin. The woman who told me this story was the 17th in line, spared only because no one stood behind her. Sire, I recommend we stop this ugly practice. Effective as it may be in motivating the workers, it is also bringing our mine notoriety as a death trap. Stories of the bone pit swirl throughout Kirkwall. The veil is thin enough here, and above the pit it is practically ready to sunder. We risk more than simple rebellion should the overseer be allowed to continue. Response to this comment. The output of the Maharian quarry is up almost a third this season, and the Overseer has received a commendation from the Archon himself. You will speak of your findings to no one. Yeah, apparently I will be watching a dog tomorrow. Whatever. So anyways, this is doubly indicative of the Tevinter. Actually, technically, triply indicative of the Tevinter. Number one point is the obvious thing. This practice itself, ordering the slaves to kill each other. It's actually a very similar process to decimation, but arguably worse. Okay? Second point. The Tevinter, the person who is looking at this, says, we need to stop this. Not because it's evil, not because it's disgusting or horrible or morally abominable. No. We need to stop this because this much death risks sundering the veil, and that would be dangerous to us. So that's the second viewpoint of the Tevinter there. And of course the third viewpoint is, no, it's working, so just keep doing whatever. It's literally evil compounded with amorality, compounded with corruption. And that's pretty much the best way to describe the Tevinter Imperium in a nutshell, I think. Right there. Just, wow. So, what weapon and armor from all Dragon Age would I want in real life? I'm honestly really tempted by the canon champion armor for Hawk as a mage. Oh yeah, the Tevinter are also ridiculously stupid in many ways.
Staying away from this mine entrance. Maybe they know something we don't.
Nah, let's get it. Let's go. Let's gather our party and venture forth. Oh, cave counter.
Look at them. They're like kittens.
I don't know, kittens who want to eat you, I'd probably just let them. Oh, they're so cute. Honestly, I like all three of the champion armor for Hawk's champion armors. I'm actually kind of torn between the three of them. I just picked Mage because I remember seeing it in the CGI one. That is possible, Schmeidolf, but I'm not willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't actually know, Mophimus. Any of my European viewers, because I know there's several of you who are my patrons, because I know there's several of that. How does it work for Patreon? Like, if you become a patron, is the conversion done behind the scenes thanks to PayPal, or what? I mean, I don't know how that works, to be totally honest. Hey, Mega Mike. Although I'd rather you not become a patron if you can't actually afford it, Optimus. Don't go into debt just over me. I mean, my God. I'm not worth it, man. Yeah, Fitzcott should know. Actually, I have quite a few European viewers. Okay, so apparently there's a conversion charge. That sucks. How bad is it? Well, okay. I don't know if you actually use euros, but that's actually really irritating that there's a conversion charge because, well, to put it bluntly, there's no need for a conversion charge anymore, not like the old days. I know what you're going to say, why did they need a conversion charge in the old days? Well, when you actually are physically converting currency from one individual to, or from one type to another, and there's actually a physical bank where they're physically transferring the two, there was actually a reason to have an extra charge added on for the service and goods rendered. Nowadays, conversion is handled at 2 different levels with regards to the electronic side of things. It's all an electronic transaction, which takes no time, money, or anything really. Or if it does, it takes an amount that could be best described as pennies. So there's really no reason to add that currency charge other than the fact that people are used to dealing with it, and therefore they can get away with charging you for no reason. Yes, I'm being cynical here, because that is one of the big reasons why a lot of people still make money in certain industries which really should not actually still have a charge involved. I mean, for God's sakes, did you guys know I actually still get charged for paying several of my bills online? There's an additional fee for me to pay one of my bills online, even though I can factually prove that it is actually cheaper to do so. Now, I know what you're going to say, credit card fees, but those are completely overweighed by the fees involved in physical transactions and the inherent risk that goes in with physical transactions. But I don't want to get too much into economics because I know way too much about economics, and I know it's kind of a boring subject for most people, so I'm going to shut the hell up. My apologies. Either way, I apologize, Mophimus, for the fact that they're stupid! Hello, Baronessa. You are not stupid, because you are not a man. All men are stupid, always remember this. Secretly, I'm actually a lesbian woman. I have been for many, many years. Can't you tell by my feminine appearance? Alright, so now I'm going to ruminate on wooden doors. No, I'm kidding. Although I could. I know a decent amount about structural engineering and the reason why such things came into being right around the point in time in which the palisade was considered the pinnacle of self-defense.
Price and Trusty, you came along. Them dragons would have sniffed me out for certain.
Slow down. Tell me what happened here.
I'll tell you what I can, but be a friend and keep your voice down. There's another dragon close by.
It's funny you mentioned that, Baronessa. Are you aware of the concept of usury? I could, Death God. I know way too much about way too much. I'm not an expert on anything in the entire world. I just know a lot about other things. Yeah, my female Hawk-esque here, well, her physical body is canonically in her early 20s. So she's like 27, I guess, by the time Dragon Age 2 ends. Wow, zombie. I'm on your side, man. If the boss comes by, I'm someone you're doing a conference call with, okay? Well, see, the reason I mentioned that, Baronessa, is most people are not familiar with the fact that, well, okay, there's been a huge discussion. Okay, I'm going to segue into something about economics. I'm sorry, forgive me. The thing is, usury was originally banned by the church for reasons that I actually agree with. I know what you're going to say. What's wrong with you? But most people historically feel that usury was something that was absolutely required for economic growth. That's because those people are stupid. See, the thing is, there is actually a difference between usury and banking. I know this sounds weird, but there is. Usury is all about inferring interest and charges for the convenience of having someone else handle your money. Makes a degree of sense, but is obviously something that, well, to be put it blunt, shouldn't actually happen. By contrast, banking is something where they actually go ahead and use your money in order to accomplish other things with regards to dealing with, it just occurred to me nobody actually cares. The point is, I agree with what Baronessa said. Banks should not charge us for the fact that they're making money off of our money. But that is in place because that's how that worked for forever. That is how that's always worked, basically. And that is where usury started, and one of the reasons why I agree that the concept of usury, as it is applied, is a bad thing. So, by the way, all I have to say about Unity is, hey Aguiar, what's up? $1.65. God, that's terrible, Fitzcott. I am so sorry. Whatever. Is it okay? Well, you know what, it doesn't matter. Now, I just want to share something that I talked about with my friend Pax. I mentioned it briefly yesterday as well. Pax and I have a theory, okay? Pax and I think that Ubisoft intentionally and deliberately released Unity and Rogue at the same time, rushing one game and delaying the other so that they would both be released at the same time, specifically to compete with Warlords of Draenor. Now, I'm sorry, son. They're the machines, but you don't directly compete with a Blizzard release ever. Even the Blizzard releases which have been bad or lackluster or whatever. Oh my god, they are the same stone. Anyways, you're right, True APM. Oh my god. Anyways, the point being, you never, ever compete directly with a Blizzard release. It's suicide. I mean, for God's sakes. And then there's, of course, Warlords itself, which a huge amount of the community has been tremendously hyped for, and a huge amount of the community pre-ordered and has been enjoying the crap out of because it's amazing. I mean, I'm just going to summarize that. And so they're like, okay, let's push these games directly to compete. Yeah, we're going to win! Did you guys know that Valkyrie Chronicles, which is a port, a re-release on Steam, outsold Unity? I mean, really? Oh my god. I digress.
Where did the dragons come from?
We was mining a new tunnel when the wall collapsed and dragons came through. There was a bloody slaughter. Scared out of my wits. I ran like my arse was on fire. It probably was. Only I went the wrong way. Ended up trapped here.
Did anyone else manage to escape?
Some of my fellows ran for the surface. I hope they made it.
You better get going. Try not to get eaten.
Don't have to tell me twice. You should leave too. But don't go that way. There's this huge dragon.
Oh, are we gonna go that way? I've never seen a huge dragon before.
I have. Like 5 times. And I've killed all of them. I've never fought the big old dragon on casual. This might be fun. Well, Valkyrie Chronicles is a damn good game. Don't mistake. It's just indicative that a AAA title which has had a huge push behind its marketing department, which has failed, I feel like pointing out, is just being curb-stomped by everything else that has come out at the same time. I would bet money, I know this isn't saying much, but I would bet money that Pokemon, which is coming out next Friday, would outsell the crap out of both Assassin's Creeds. I mean, really. Now, all that being said, let's go ahead and be fair here. Let's be fair. The Assassin's Creed games are still good games. They're not bad. They're the bugs aside, which... Ugh, they are not actually bad games. They're rushed, but that's not a problem with the developers. That's not a problem with the people who actually make it. That is a problem with the people who are in charge. See, this is the problem with Ubisoft. The people in charge of the executives are terrible, and the marketing department... I actually think the Ubisoft marketing department is the single worst marketing department I have ever seen in my entire life. And I mean this sincerely. This is not exaggeration or hyperbole, okay? Their marketing is horribad. I am amazed AC games still sell at all. Because they don't know what the hell they're doing. And, you know, I know this isn't fully indicative, but just to give one example of what I'm talking about, and again, that whole competing with warlords thing, I was pulling up something on The Escapist recently. And, you know, okay, so here's the layout, okay? Here's the page, and there's the center thing, which is where the stuff is. There's the two banner ads, and there's one ad at the top, and then there's one dinky little thumbnail ad right here, okay? Warlords! Warlords! Assassin's Creed Unity! And that just kind of sold... It just kind of was a nice parable for the situation in a nutshell, I felt. And yeah, I don't know why they are insisting on this yearly thing. I don't know if you guys know how difficult it is to release a game every year, but I imagine that even someone who has no experience with it whatsoever could still be like, oh my god, how could they do that, you know? It's just... it's ludicrous. It's actually ludicrous. Yeah, I could see that, Baronessa. So what did Lava ask? I must have missed it. Yeah, I agree. Black Flag was good, and I know one person whose opinion I trust, video game-wise, who has played Unity and Black Flag, or not Black Flag, and Rogue. Here's basically the response so far from him, and I trust his opinion, so I'm going to go ahead and put this as mine for now. Unity has a more interesting main character. Rogue is funner in every way. Let's see. Oh, I know. I can imagine working in that environment, Rigel. Ugh. No thank you. I've already dealt with that. It is Mega Mike, but it is better. Like, they took... You remember in my AC4 video how I talked about how they took the ship mechanic from 3 and basically just made it better in every way in 4? That is exactly what Rogue did. Rogue is... No, that's Rouge, Fitzcott. Yes, I know how to pronounce it. Rogue is basically, you know, the ship... All the ship mechanics of 4.0, but improved in a little bit everywhere. Ah, yes, Lava Dude, there is. What happened was the Overseers who came here, you know, forever ago, brought with them dragons because, to Vinter, and then lots of people died, and the rift veil, tore, and we had a rift happen, and, yeah. And so the dragons kind of settled in here, and people started avoiding it, and the bone pit, etc., blah, blah, blah. Not much else to add here, sorry. Alright, I want you to be dual wielder, yes. There we go. I agree, honestly, MOE. See, the thing is, it's pretty clear that what they were doing with Unity. They wanted Unity to be a classic Assassin's Creed game. And I'm going to shut up for a moment. Because that... It's okay, it's only a mature, not a high. Who did Isabella just say that? It is buggy. It was rushed. But, Unity did do one thing really, really well. The city. One thing that has truly impressed me about Unity is the fact that the entire city is there. Like, seriously. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Imagine any random city in, like, any game, except you can actually go into the buildings and explore fully the in-depth everything inside as well as out. And there's 700 trillion things. You know, there's so many mini-quests you can do, and so many other things that you can accomplish other than just, you know, roaming and whatnot. So, yeah, that was much easier than I remember. Holy crap. Anyways, so that is definitely something they did very correctly with Unity. And so far, the writing is actually pretty good in Unity, too, so props there, from what I've seen. Hey, look, Avernus's experimental drought. Yes, please. Whoops. It's one of those weird things. I know I tend to be a positive individual in general, but I feel like, in some cases, I really need to emphasize the positive, even in the face of all the negative. You know, it may be a bad A, B, or C, but, I mean, oh my god, all this stuff was done so incredibly well, you know? Yeah, the art design team and the actual people who build the places and constructed the actual city.
So, Isabella, you're a captain.
That's right, big girl. What of it?
I don't remember your name on any registries. Every ship that docks has to declare.
I never docked. And you're no port authority.
And you are no merchant.
Ooh, scrutiny. I solved your problem.
So, what happened? One of the miners told me you rescued him from dragons. I cuffed him for lying.
Well, he wasn't. Go there and see the corpses for yourself.
But I thought they're extinct. I believe you. You made them extinct again? If it is safe, the miners can return to work.
I bet their first task will be cleaning up the entrails the last shift left behind.
A dragon killer and a mind reader. Wonderful. Let us discuss your payment. You have been a great help. Since you did so much more than I was expecting, how about we work together? I am offering a 50-50 share in the mine. You will make us both rich if you can keep your countrymen safe.
Why would you share half your business with me?
I spent a decade honing my business instincts in Val Royeaux. I once sold a seat cushion to Empress Selene. Simply put, I have a good feeling about you. So, what do you think?
Ironic, because he's actually totally right. I mean, ignoring the fact that we're the PC. But, haha, lava. But, there's also the fact that we're about to become fabulously rich, so...
Seems like the miners could use protection. And an advocate.
So, to our first order of business. We replace the lost workers. I will hire new hands. Plenty of desperate Fereldans out there. But it will take some time. I need you to convince the surviving miners to return. They are holed up in Lowtown. Tell them the Bone Pit is safe again.
I'll see what I can do.
Man.
Not here to sell today, guardsman. My shipment's late.
If this was D&D, being offered half of a stake in a mine would be one of those things that I'd be like, yes, 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 yes. Couldn't say yes quickly enough. That's one thing Dragon Age 2 does, and again, is very indicative of that sort of mercenary outlook that Hawk has, much more so than the Warden does. We're not really here to save the world, we're here to claim a piece of it. It's one of the reasons I always felt the ending of Dragon Age 2 was very out of place. After having built up so much of a standing and status and effect and money and all that stuff, no matter what choices we make, we always end up leaving. That always bothered me a little bit. I'm curious what you guys thought about that, because I don't know, just yeah. That is true, Schmeidolf. We are definitely... I mean, he is right. We just killed a frickin' dragon. We got this.
Not much room in the barracks, but there's nowhere I'd rather be.
You want to talk?
Nothing going on, Hawk.
Damn
You'd
it.
be the first to know if there was.
Guess not.
I think I found something of yours.
You found this? I don't know what to say.
Say thank you. You've really become the Viscount. I hate pronouncing it that way. I know, it is correct to pronounce it Viscount, but I always prefer Viscount. It actually sounds better to me, you know what I mean? But yeah, and then you just disappear no matter what happens. Like I said, that always bugged me. Where's... There you are. I'm sorry, Fitzcott. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me, Fitzcott. Oh, God. Yes, Mophimus. Although that makes sense. It's very likely... Okay, I talked back in Dragon Age Origins the significance of being named Champion of Redcliffe. I'm glad you've been enjoying them, Emily. I have too. I've actually been really looking forward to replaying Dragon Age 2, believe it or not. And Dragon Age Origins, obviously, but I shouldn't have to say that one. Anyways, so... that's exactly my point, Fool Lord. That is exactly my point. I'll get to that in a moment. It's the significance of being a champion. Not only do you have actual political standing and the right to the titles and all the prestige that comes with that, but no matter how you look at the situation, a champion is someone who's going to be used politically, regardless of what they actually do, which again is actually in keeping with the overall Dragon Age thematic significance, aka what you do and what you decide and whatnot have no real effect on, the reality doesn't really have an effect on what people carry forward, right? So it's very likely that as the champion, regardless of our actions, and this was done on purpose, in other words, is what I'm trying to say, that regardless of our actions, both sides decide to blame us, both sides turn against us, both sides say that we were being used for their side, that kind of a situation does actually make sense, even though it completely takes away any possibility of, I don't know, choice or significance or actually having an impact on the story, but whatever. Pardon me. But as, as Fool Lord mentions, we don't know the full story of why Hawk left or anything, which is one of the reasons I really hated that this game was rushed, because... Remember I told you, everything in this game could be made better if it wasn't rushed, so... There we go. It's very likely that there was actually... Based on the structure of the story, it doesn't end at all. It literally just stops. Like, literally just someone stopped in mid-paragraph and was like, bam, there. That's how it feels to me as a writer. And it very much feels like they literally got to this point and they're like, okay, we can't do anymore. And so, we're out of time, so go!
Shorter, but not as serious.
So, it's a close resemblance, then?
Well, he tells stories, and you tell stories. Although none of his begin, no shit, there I was.
I'll have to give him some better stories, then.
Apparently. Go for it, Fitzcott. If you want me to stop calling you Fitzcott, I can do that. It's just burned into my brain.
I think you let this get away from you.
I had long since paid my debt over this. It's grand to see it again.
You're welcome, Mom. Wait a minute. Is that... It is! It's the same guy! Who's everywhere! And look! There's his identical twin right next to him. Considering the Attack of the Clones video just went live today, I gotta say... And there's him, and also him, and also him, and also him. Yeah. That would be better, I think, Fitzscott. Maybe not completely better, but definitely better.
You're not taking my job.
My God, a different face! I am in shock. Please, help me, sir. I'm poor and begging. No! Help me! His identical brother! Exactly, Mega Mike. Yes, this one. Yes, it did, Infinity Nova. It's a Friday, of course it did. It's 2.5 hours long, I think, or something like that. I don't know. Yoda shows up. Attack the perimeter. We must. By the way, in case you think I'm joking, this is clearly supposed to be a woman. Notice how they just kind of plopped the hair on the same guy's face. I mean, really. And in case you can't tell, that is literally the same guy's face. Here, I'll get you a perspective of both of them. Look at that. Look at that. 2 hours 6 minutes. My bad. Favorite NPC of Dragon Age 2? The Arashock. Easy answer.
Hey, this is the one that rescued me from them.
Although I guess we're discounting Varric in that. So Varric would probably be first.
Oh, eyes on her face, you lush.
1,000 thanks for saving Jansen's worthless hide.
Worthless, am I? My farm supplied eggplant to half of the South Reach.
Ooh, eggplants.
Yeah? My eggplant supplied half the bastards in South Reach.
You're a real hero. Now what brings you here?
Alright, what are you linking me, Baronessa? Oh my God! Ah! 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 Oh God! Oh God! Okay. Okay. I'm okay.
Shuffle off to the mine. Let me finish those pints for you.
Come back to that blight taking hold? I need work, but I don't need to be some dragon's dinner. What if there's more dragons later? Or something worse like, bigger dragons?
I go back to the missus without this job. She'll rip me apart sure as any dragon.
What can we do? That bastard Hugh is the only one willing to hire us.
Honestly, I'm not sure any of the decisions in Dragon Age 2 were hard for me, Lycan. What about you guys? Did you find any of the decisions in Dragon Age 2 difficult? And yeah, I figured you meant non-party members. That's why I corrected myself afterwards to throw in Varric. But yeah, the Arashock would be mine, definitely. It wouldn't be easy, Space Station, but it would be interesting to do that. And, bug testing it would be insane. But if you got it working, that would be interesting. Anyways. Well.
I own half the mine now. I'll keep it safe.
Really? Oh, be nice to work for one of our own. If you don't give us a fair shake, who would? Back to work, boys. I'm gonna take more of Hubert's coin.
Killing Anders was easy for me. And I mean that sincerely. By which I mean, killing Vengeance was easy for me. I mean, there was literally no decision in my personal opinion for that. It was literally just, alright, you did this, and you're willing to die for it, so executed him. Didn't even feel bad about it. This is when everyone in chat calls me evil. Oh, that's true. I actually forgot about that, Fool Lord. So I will go ahead and admit, what to do with your sibling was a hard choice. I will freely admit that. I actually forgot about that one. I thought there was a quest here. Unless it's just the DLCs. Which it is, apparently. What is it? Dark Epiphany. Yeah? Oh, here it is. There we go. Well, admittedly, if anything's going to make a man out of that idiot, it'd be the Grey Warden's Chrono. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. Hawk's brother was named Carver. And yeah, I don't care for him. Never cared for him. Why not, Foolord? And I don't mean to sound dismissive, I'm just honestly curious. Because for me, well, I've already talked about this, but I've strongly believed that no matter how you define it, no matter what literal behind-the-scenes reason exists, Anders is no more as of Dragon Age 2. Especially by the end of Dragon Age 2. Whether it's a split personality, whether it's because he was affected by vengeance, whether it's because he's being closer to being possessed, or whether it's my theory, which I already mentioned, it's not Anders anymore. And so getting rid of vengeance... Up to you, Giggle. I ended up killing her, and I actually belabored over that choice for a long time. And my reasoning was basically because she was obviously a manipulative individual who I could not trust in the long term. That's really what it boiled down to.
Suggest that we never come here again.
Oh, hang on. Another warehouse counter. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the racism counter up there. No, I'm kidding. Oh, trust me, Lava. I am fully expecting that.
I thank you, Syrah, for coming along when you did. I am Emmerich.
Just the person I was looking for. I need to speak with you about Ninette.
Yes, Exile.
Ghislaine de Carac's wife. Her disappearance interested me. I tried looking into it. However, the investigation has been a waste of time.
No. God, no, Baronessa. I would never, ever turn Isabella over to the Qunari. I would literally rather kill her than turn her over to the Qunari.
That sort of attitude will never pay off.
Ha! I was eager at first, but failure has leached all enthusiasm from me. This all started when Meren, one of our circle mages, disappeared. I found it odd. She was a bit older and hardly adventurous. Then I heard about Ninette and 2 other missing women.
I had a friend who disappeared once. Turns out he was under my bed, drunk. What?
I think the disappearances are connected, and I suspect foul play is involved.
Now, I actually kind of like Isabella, and I've talked about why. I'll talk a little bit more about it in the future. But to boil it down, if Hope from FF13 asked me for my help in not being turned over to the Qunari, I'm pretty sure I couldn't even turn over Hope to the Qunari. You follow? Isabella, who's a character I actually do kind of like and sympathize with, especially given her backstory, there's no way in hell I could ever do that.
Doesn't the Circle use phylacteries to keep track of its mages?
We followed her phylactery to a foundry, but found nothing. I had heard of sympathizers smuggling mages through Darktown, so came here hoping to pick up the trail. But no trace of Meren. And as you've seen, asking the locals hasn't made me very popular.
By the way, quick note. I already have touched on, back in Dragon Age Origins, the wonderful hypocrisy of the Templars. Of the Chantry as well, but primarily of the Templars. In addition to that wonderful little lyrium addiction thing that they do, they also regularly practice a form of blood magic. I mean, what do you think those phylacteries are?
Have you mentioned any of this to the city guard?
They say there's no proof the disappearances are connected. They think the women just left home. That it happens all the time.
Right, right.
People don't just disappear. Perhaps they were murdered or kidnapped.
Hey, Banana.
We found no bodies, no ransom notes. Those women just vanished.
Can I assist your investigation?
It's no longer my investigation, Sirrah. You may take over if you wish. This battle showed that I'm no longer the warrior I used to be. I know when to walk away. Here, take my findings. Perhaps you can make more use of them. I'm going back to the gallows. I'm too old for this.
A foundry in Lowtown. I should look into that.
Oh, I don't disagree, Last XL. I've talked myself before about how blood magic itself is not a bad thing. Did I just gain her rivalry? Seriously? Oh, whatever. I didn't, I mean, blood magic itself is not evil, but it is still incredibly hypocritical of them to ban all blood magic forever because you never know when it might lead to something evil, and then regularly practice it on a daily basis. It's the hypocrisy that I'm pointing out, not the good or evil involvement. Already, yeah, I have. It is kind of funny that the Tevinter and Kunari are actually, at least in an on-paper sense, similar to each other, which I find hilarious because if you mentioned that to either of them, they would probably gut you on the spot for daring to say that because they really don't like each other. I mean, wow. Oh, that would be awesome, Nero's ass. I would play the hell out of that game. Make it like a single-player RPG kind of a situation, you know? This is another warehouse counter, by the way. Well, Saldir, people... Hey, look, a Desire Demon, just randomly. What's weird is she has, like, nearly the exact same model as in Dragon Age Origins. So do the Shades. She did quite a few creatures in Dragon Age 2. It's weird. No, I do not have Skype, Joe, sorry. I hate Skype. It's such an irritating chat program. Not as bad as AIM, but down there. Crusader Kings I could go with. But either way, it'd still be awesome. There's us. And True APM.
Feeling about this place.
Also, the Abominations are almost the exact same model, too. It's just interesting because Dragon Age 2's engine is not actually the exact same engine, but they could port over quite a few things because the way it renders skeleton meshes is pretty much identical, so...
You can survive without a hand. This doesn't mean anyone's dead.
A severed hand, a ring, and a pile of bones. Emmerich will want to see this. Bring the ring to Ghislaine. It might belong to Nanette. I'll deal with this.
Well, the problem is, Saldir, it's not like I could just tell you the entire Imperium Voyager storyline in a minute. You know me, it doesn't work that way. See you around, Dead. Okay, fine. Here, go, Varric. Lost loot, everything. Yep, Mega Mike. Again, everything in this game would have made better if it wasn't rushed. I mean, seriously, I'm just gonna keep repeating that phrase because it just keeps being true. Yeah, go ahead, Schmeidoff. Giggle Sticks, the moment Inquisition goes live, I will be streaming it, and then I will keep streaming it on my usual schedule from that point on. Hang on just a second. Meh, doesn't matter. Well, if you mean ends well by you abandon everything to go fight the swarm, then yes. I wonder if a female warden even can go through the Alluvion. Because I'm not sure. Comes out Tuesday or Monday night at midnight. I'm not sure because EA is really weird with their release dates. They don't standardize like most companies do. It won't even let me download the game yet, which is actually kind of irritating to me, to be totally blunt.
I'll let you run your fingers through it if you want.
Your chest hair. My fingers. Oh, Varric, stop. You're making me quiver.
You know you want to.
Oh, I do. I can't resist you. No woman can.
I know. It's a terrible burden.
Alright, Baronessa, given your unique situation, you're the best person to answer this. Could you resist Varric's chest hair?
Are you the Templar who is pursuing the boy Fainrail?
I did not realize his name was known so widely. Perhaps you know Ariane from when she was with the Dalish.
We don't all know each other. There are a lot of clans, you know.
Are you a friend of his?
Have you met him? What is he like?
From his mother's description, he sounds much like any youngster we bring to the Circle. Frightened of his gift, resentful at losing his freedom, convinced he is the one exception to our laws. Hardly someone you would wish the power to murder people with his mind.
That would be amusing, Q-Wolves, but I really doubt it. And yeah, I got it through Origins. I have to get it through Origins. Well, okay, I don't, but if I want a digital copy, I have to get it through Origins.
No young boy should have to face down demons alone.
It is surprising what sympathies mages evoke. I always expect people to be more wary of their powers than touched by their struggles. If we do not find Fainrail soon, it will not matter. Either he will be taken by the demons, or by less mystical predators. And I have said more than enough on the topic. This is a Templar matter, and we will be handling it.
Seems like you Templars could use all the help you can get.
True. It is surely not in the lad's best interests to turn away anyone who seeks to find him. There is a Templar, former Templar, by the name of Samson. He left the Order due to philosophical differences. He has been known to help mages flee Kirkwall. If Fainrail went to him, Samson wouldn't tell me. He stays out of sight by day, but I've seen him at night, near the entrance to Darktown.
I know some people who would probably slug you for comparing this to Baldur's Gate 2, Schmeidoff. I'm not one of them. I actually like the combat in Dragon Age 2 more with the difficulty cranked down. I already explained why I can't stand it on Nightmare. There's no tactics, and it's just padded. Lots of HP, enemies hit hard, kiting. Really boring on high difficulties.
Do you know a recruit named Karen? His sister is looking for him.
We cannot speak to you, Messiah.
To the void with that. Karen and the others are missing.
But our orders...
The Knights aren't doing anything to find them.
Maybe it's time to ask for outside help.
You're already defying orders to talk to me. Might as well share the good stuff.
I hear that Knight Commander Meredith has some new initiation you have
With
to go
red
through.
lyrium.
If you're not strong enough or fervent enough in belief, you don't make it out alive.
And you honestly believe that?
Recruits keep going missing.
Wilmot came back.
What?
He did. I saw him this morning.
What else do you know about the initiation?
You hear about some questionable things that the Order must do these days. The Knight Commander only wants Templars that can do what must be done.
I'd stay alive. She's killing recruits that might question her orders, isn't she?
That's rubbish. She wouldn't do that.
So, good morning, Frankie. Hello, Shadow. I know she doesn't have the red lyrium yet. It's just funny to me because Meredith... Well, I actually like Meredith a little bit better than Orsino, and I know people think that's weird, but part of the reason is because Meredith is someone who at the very least has good intentions marred by being posted to one of the worst posts imaginable for a Templar, whereas Orsino is an idiot who is willing to accept terrible things and doesn't think ahead more than 5 feet in front of his face, and is in a terrible, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, granted, it's one of those, they're both terrible and I hate them both situations, so don't mistake me. But if I had to measure the inches amongst the miles, it would be, I would choose Meredith over Orsino.
If Wilmot came back, he might know more about the other missing recruits.
I bet he would.
Wilmot told me he was going outside Kirkwall. Clear his head, he said.
Why didn't you tell us this?
Knight Captain Cullen ordered it, right before he chased after Wilmot.
Yes, the same
wasn't too long
Cullen,
ago.
by the way.
If you hurry, you may catch them on the road.
You might want to see this. This was left in the foundry you mentioned in your notes. I was also attacked by shades.
These are human bones. Then there is no chance of finding Meren alive, or any of the others.
If they're not dead, watch out for a bunch of boneless women flopping through the streets.
Yeah.
Show some respect. I will bring this to the city guard immediately. It should be enough to convince them the disappearances are worth investigating.
Damn it, I keep picking sarcastic just so I can get points with Isabella, and she keeps not giving me points. I think I'm just gonna stab her. What do you guys think? Hey look, it's the same guy. It's just so... That is true, Mega. Although we do know Orsino was involved in some unpleasant blood magic.
Ah, welcome, my dear friend, to Sol's shop. My name is Solivitus. Please take a look around. My apologies in advance. Our shelves are a bit bare at the moment. Actually, if you're interested, I could use a bit of help to remedy that.
Yes, let's be honest. My new favorite NPC is the one and only NPC. We need a name. We need to name this guy who's everywhere. What should his name be? Oh, don't say Gary, because I mean I get the reference, but no.
Remedy that. Potions shop. You, my good man, are priceless.
The pun wasn't intentional, although I may use that next time. It's been too dangerous to leave the city of late, and the substances I require for my creations are, of course, elsewhere. Perhaps you could find them. You'll be compensated for your time, have no fear. I'll also give you first pick of my new creations.
Make up a list of what you need, and I'll keep an eye out for you.
Perfect. A discount on everything in the shop, Syrah.
Morton? I like that. Also, when did you show up, KJ? I also admit, hey Sean, I'm surprised no one's suggesting Clyde.
Dragon's fang. It's larger than I expected.
Sven? I don't know. Does that look like a Sven to you? What in God's name is she doing with her positioning? Or should I even call that a she? I mean, look at this! Look at what she... What is wrong? I mean, oh my god. When did we start playing Unity?
People talk about the circle like it's a prison.
Okay, we're done here. Actually, I kind of like that. We can call him John Doe. Okay. Zoop. Probably, you know who, KJ. I'll just call you KJ. I think that works. Mountain counter. Where's our mountain counter? We don't actually have a mountain counter. Ah, whatever. We don't need a mountain counter. Or do we?
And trust they be my witness, Wilmot. I will have the truth from you now.
Hello, Colin.
Mercy, sir. Mercy.
Were it that easy?
Don't hit me.
Here, I'll kick you instead.
I will know where you're going, and I will know now.
I thought Templars only treated mages this badly. Nice to see you're branching out.
This is Templar business, stranger.
You had struck me the last time, you pathetic human. To me!
I also disliked how abominations could just kind of happen. Even though they kind of require a person to possess. And if they're going to possess undead, then they should be shades or something similar. We've seen this, but whatever. I digress. Hey, Berenian. Bye, Berenian. So, I'm going to talk about this in a moment here, but just be thinking about what just happened, and as we...
I knew he was involved in something sinister. But this... is it even possible?
You shouldn't have been out here alone with him.
I am Knight Captain Cullen. I thank you for your assistance. I've been conducting an investigation of some of our recruits who have gone missing. Wilmot was the first to return. I had hoped to confront him quietly, out of sight.
I was trying to find another recruit, a friend of Wilmot's. Do you know where Karen is?
He also disappeared. They were last seen together at the Blooming Rose. But I had no luck interrogating the, young ladies there. I doubt they know anything of magic or demons.
I'd be willing to search there.
The Order would truly be in your debt if you helped us with this. No one at the brothel will speak with me for fear I would shut them down for serving our recruits. If you learn what manner of creature did this to Wilmot, please come tell me in the gallows. I will ensure you are rewarded.
So, I know that there's shades of gray here, but just if you had to choose between one of these two options, do you think, A, people have been pushed by the severe extremism of the way that the Templars cracked down in order to be willing to accept things they otherwise wouldn't, aka demonic possession, blood magic, etc.? Or B, do you think that Cullen is fully justified in his desire and belief that all mages and all people who consort with them are dangerous, and therefore they have to be as extremely, severe in their cracking down and control of the situation as they are? Pardon me. Now, granted, Cullen's an idiot, but the point I'm trying to make is more the fact that it can be argued, and has been argued, that there is a valid point to be had there. Cullen also at least does something in Dragon Age 2 as opposed to being just a zealot like he was in Dragon Age Origins. Yes, yes, I know, he could become all flirty in Dragon Age Origins. And then, get worse as a result of being all flirty. Basically. Ah, pardon me. That's how I believe it, Salamander. I do think Cullen does have decent intentions in mind. But I also think that he has no idea what he's doing. At all. And so, he's like, oh, we must do this! Right? That's a bow. I don't want a bow. So he kind of is a little more severe about it than he should be, I think is probably the best way to put that. If I was to be nice about it. And yeah, this is another Dwarven's Ruin counter. My god. I'm sorry, Titans. I will endure your hatred and kill you in return. I mean, Ring of Unheeded Wisdom. Actually, that's going to go on Bird. Sorry, getting our inventory sorted out just a little bit here. Hey look, Gallows Slave Ring Finger Cuffs, which actually adds to health and defense. That doesn't even begin to make sense. I mean, if you think about it. So, bear with me here, Mophimus. But I'd like to explain the fact that I hate you, and that I hope you die. Just bear with me here. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Frankie. I actually sided with the Templars during one of my playthroughs, and Cullen was... Well, let's just say it's the first time Cullen finally realized just how bad things had gotten. And he pretty much willingly helps us and aids us against Meredith, because... Well, of course he does, basically. I think Mophimus just likes to make fun of my verbal tics. Wait, what? Wait. Right. Gameplay, Frankie. Although I also did so partially because it was a different individual. So. Actually, Eli, that makes plenty sense. And, that's horrifying. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell that was all about. I'm not even gonna... whatever. Where's this thing? The amusement factor is, I don't actually usually have those verbal tics in just everyday conversation. Do. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Gotta keep Sir Wesley's shield. It's pretty important. Whoops, I meant to keep that too. Yes, that should be good. You know what? Get the hell out of my thing.
Dalish crafting is second to none, I assure you.
Oh, sure, so...
Make your business here quick.
The, Twitch refuses me for a partnership, but they reduce my Twitch delay to try and make it up to me. I see how it goes. I could see that, Frankie. This is a pretty depressing world, yeah. It's kind of sad because I get the really strong impression Inquisition is going to be just as bad.
You made it back to the alienage in one piece, then?
I don't know how I wound up in Darktown. There are just too many corners in Kirkwall.
Still got that ball of twine?
I left it at my house. Don't worry, I won't get lost while we're following Hawk.
Bring it next time, Daisy. Just in case.
There's one conversation I love, I think it's in Act 2 or Act 3, between Varric and, I believe, Meryl, where Meryl's talking about how it's wonderful to go in this incredibly dangerous area, and Varric says, God, please stop going there, down there, it's costing me a fortune every time you do. Which I love because, A, it's pretty awesome and indicative of Meryl's personality and Varric's personality, and of course, B, it's just funny, thinking of Varric constantly paying off all these different thugs and bandits in order to not rob her blind or worse. Ah, there it is. So, really quick, because I don't have much to talk about right now, for those of you who don't know, I do plan on doing a Pokemon stream soonish. Just something to keep in mind, don't vote or anything right now, but I haven't decided which game I'll be streaming yet, and I haven't decided what type of stream it'll be yet, so if there's anything you have a preference on, feel free to have that percolating in the back of your minds. It would just mean it would be easier and better in most cases. It would mean there would be quality options all the time. It would mean I would always get the ad money. It would mean I could control the ads. It would mean that I could have custom emotes. It would mean that I would have higher priority, so there would be less latency. It would mean that I would have... there's one other big thing there. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, it would work better for mobile and stuff, because basically partners actually aren't fully supported on mobile or anything like that. So, yeah, Rigel, you make no sense to me sometimes. What do you think I'm doing this whole Dragon Age stream for? I mean, really. But anyways. Ouch, Sildeer, ouch. That actually hurts me as a longtime Pokemon fan. I am sad. Wow, I actually am most friends with Meryl. That's hilarious.
People talk about the circle.
Okay, Rigel. Yes, we're still on for that, even though tomorrow I may be busy because there's going to be a frickin' dog here.
This was free of its hand.
No panic. I was just told that I was too insignificant and too small and didn't have the viewer base to justify them wasting the resources on me becoming a Twitch partner.
Spider's silk plan. I hope the fellow you took this from didn't give you much trouble.
Oh yeah, we're romancing Meryl because you guys voted for it, weirdos. Alright. I don't believe so, Banana. I doubt it, Shadow. Also, I'd rather you just bribe me a fortune. The number that I was quoted was an average viewership of 500 plus every time I stream. As you might know, I am nowhere near that. Hey, Wellplay. What's up? Don't mistake. I don't think that, you know, I mean, I'm not like you guys suck or anything like that. Quite the contrary. I have tons of awesome viewers and I love chatting with you regularly. But their requirement is that I need more and whatever, basically. On average, most of the people who are actual partners have in the 4-digit range for viewers every stream. Which is discouraging, I think is probably the best way to put that.
Do you need something, honey?
You don't work here, do you? With the customers?
You're no prize yourself, sweetheart. Is there something you want?
A couple of Templar recruits went missing. They were last seen here.
You'll have to be more specific. We do a lot of business with the Templars.
Perhaps a few coins can loosen your lips.
Are you trying to bribe me? You know, not all the girls here are for sale. I'm going to pretend that didn't happen.
Okay, then tell me or I'll kill you.
We have a lot of missing Templars. If we don't act quickly, we may only find corpses.
Now, no need to get all dramatic on me.
I'm going to kill you.
Let me look through the books. Wilmot, Karen... Here we go. Wilmot came in here a lot. You sure he had time to be a Templar? The both of them last saw Iduna, the exotic wonder from the east.
Wow. Ugh. And yeah, by the way, Mophimus, I try not to talk about it, but there's a lot of politics that go into Twitch and Twitch partnerships that I obviously have no say in because I'm just me. I'm not part of any... well, I don't have any political sway, let's just put it that way. So.
That's quite the stage name.
It sounds better than the tramp from Darktown. You should hear what some of the others are called.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
Honey, I could write volumes on the things I know. Unless you want Wilmot's favorite position, I think you have what you need.
Bionic seahorse,
you
by the
didn't hear
way.
any of this from me. We clear?
I have to kill Iduna? Well, I don't remember who Iduna is, but we'll decide here in a moment. 'Cause here we go! Isn't Iduna a evil blood mage? I mean, why would I let her live?
Iduna, right? Do you remember entertaining a Templar named Wilmot a few weeks ago? Or
Yeah, this is her. That was right.
Wilmot. That doesn't
Of course it would,
sound
Shadow.
familiar.
Do your clients like this charade? It must get dreadfully tiresome.
Whatever do you mean?
Because I don't want her to leave, Mophimus.
Questions are boring. Why don't we have some real fun?
Yeah.
Hawk, go easy on this lovely creature.
You should listen to your friend.
We have to ask her about Karen. What's your problem?
Yes. But certainly there's no harm mixing a little business and pleasure.
As charming and relentless as you are, I'm here to investigate.
Answer one of my questions first. Who told you about little old me?
Nice little touch here, by the way. This is you notice they're actually doing a Dutch angle, which is trying to emphasize the fact, just in a tiny way, just in a little way, that we're being mentally influenced by her. And then they go obvious with it.
It was Vivica. She showed me her books.
That wasn't so hard, was it? So, Vivica sold me out, did she? That drab, pathetic little sewer rat. She will be dealt with. Just do one more thing for me. Draw your blade and bring it gently across your throat.
It's not going to do much if I do it gently. Meryl?
Meryl, make Iduna stop.
Why didn't you do this already, Meryl? Why did I have to tell you to?
This ends now.
I mean, holy
How
crap.
did you? Oh shit! Spare me, Messer.
Nope!
You're just too dangerous.
I'm not even going to question you.
You have to die.
I know everything I heard about this,
No.
or needed to hear from this. Ah! In the gut. Mercy dagger.
Maybe we can find answers somewhere around here. And then a cold shower.
Meryl, I appreciate the help, but next time, don't wait for me to ask for it, please.
Apostate prostitutes? Prostitutes?
It appears our new friends make their home in the Undercity. Shall we pay them a visit?
I know the whole group was stunned. I know. It's just... Man. Wait, why does he... Oh, he has that quest that I'm not doing. Right, right. I remember that now. Does she really, Luke? She repents from trying to make me murder myself for the fact that I went into the question there. Oh, that's so sweet! I'm still gonna kill the crap out of her, though! God.
Market's closed. Come back in the morning.
I should kill that guy for daring to talk to me like that. What do you guys think? He must burn. So, let's go do this one. I am not sleeping with Mark Meir. I'm sorry, guys. It's not happening. Oh, don't worry. We'll do that in Act 2, Schmeidolf. Oh, hello.
What do you know? I was told my old friend Thrask was advising you folks to seek me out. You're looking for the boy, right? Feign something. I'll tell you now, there's not much I can do for you.
I'm not sure I would qualify a woman who has access to blood magic as defenseless under, like, any circumstances. Like, seriously. No. Besides, Mario wouldn't romance Meryl, so your argument's already invalid, Mega Mike.
Just looking at you, I'd say you're a man who helps anyone for the right price.
What kind of price?
How's this?
Right. The lad came to me, not a silver in his pockets. Told him there's nothing I can do for him. I pointed him to a ship captain I know, Rayner. Sometimes he'll take on runaways. Took another apostate last week, girl I sent him. Might have gone wrong, though. I heard rumors he took the both of them captive instead.
That's true, Sean. None of these people have thanked me for breathing the air of the Lich King. Maybe I should remove their ability to breathe, but not kill them. I mean, that's not the point here. I don't want to, you know, kill them. I just want them to no longer be alive.
So your good friend's a kidnapper? Can't say I'm surprised.
Not a friend. Just someone who's not afraid to try this business. Rumor has it, Rayner had the pair of them locked inside a Keys warehouse, somewhere close to dockside. You want to go looking? You might find the lad before he gets ransomed to the Templars. Or worse.
And yes, that's Gideon Emery. Again. He's everywhere. Your question is poorly phrased, Shadow.
The Ferelden, eh? The Red Iron said you might help me.
Yes, I am
Some
the
raider
Ferelden.
captains are having secret meetings at night in Lowtown. The job's simple. Break up the meeting, and kill every one of the bastards.
I want to point out something that's been sitting in the back of my head for a bit here. Ugh. Oh, God. Yes, I am also secretly the Lion King, in case anyone's been wondering about that. Act 1 of Dragon Age 2 is, without question, definitely longer and more developed than the other 2 acts in Dragon Age 2. Not that Act 2 is bad, but it's clear that they basically worked on Act 1 first, and then a few tidbits in Act 2, and then Act 3 is about 3 seconds long, give or take. It's really a shame, because I always got the impression that Act 3 was supposed to be much, much longer, but, well, yeah, you know what I'm saying by this point.
That's not much to go on.
It's enough to do the job.
Oh, well, I like money, so sure!
Just tell me where they are.
All the details are in this letter. If you manage to eavesdrop on the meeting before...
What is wrong with your eyes, woman?
There'll be extra in it for you. I'll be here.
Yeah, party member quests were definitely much better developed. IMO.
I once knew a sailor like you. We lost him in a hurricane. Very sad.
Oh, hang on, let's see if Varric has something. Oh, I'm Scar, of course.
Please quit cutting
Oh, here it is.
alleys in Lowtown alone at night.
Nothing ever happens. I'm perfectly safe, Varric.
Yes, I know. And that nothing is costing me a fortune.
There's the quote I mentioned earlier. Nothing, Varric? Okay. Oh well. Hey, purple and turquoise look wonderful together. So can any of my chat answer to Shadow's question of why it is I am the Lich King? I'm just curious. Although if you want to start calling me Lord Aod, I can accept that as well. Oh, well, okay. I just wanted to talk, guys. But I'll kill you if you really want me to. A monkey's uncle. Time to add another counter. We're up to 8 on warehouse. Wow. Maybe the later acts have more caves, because I seriously remember the caves more than anything else. That's true, Saldir. We're in Kirkwall. Hi! Kah! 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 It was nice talking to you. Actually, fun factoid, my dad, awesome person, he doesn't know how to pronounce Arshian-Gaia, like, at all. And so he usually just calls me Archangel when he's referring to my show. Because it's easier for him to say.
Get a hold of her.
Please, help me. Anyone.
Get the hands. I heard they can't do no spells without hands.
Well, congrats.
You know nothing of magic.
You pushed a mage into the corner, and she did that because that's what happens when you push a mage into the corner because you're stupid. Yes, I am secretly Garrus. Every time you see me and I'm not actually streaming, I'm doing calibrations. The funny thing is, it's handled a little poorly. There's no...
Poor thing. What was her name? Where were they taking her?
It's handled a little poorly, but the intent is obvious. The idea is that just about everyone involved in majory in Kirkwall is basically doomed. I mean, there's no nice way around it. Even someone who is basically completely innocent and otherwise an ordinary person is culpable and capable of becoming something horrible like an abomination and unleashing all hell because of everything that's horrible about Kirkwall. The veil being thin, the tremendous prevalence of prejudice, the incredible corruption of the individual, the money problems I already mentioned. Yeah, everything about this place is unpleasant. Whoops. Yeah, by the way, calibrations has always been a code word for ruminations. For anybody who's curious.
The raiders are dead. You've done Ferelden and Amaranthine a great service.
Wonderful. I'm glad that the Warden will appreciate what I have done for his purposes. Okay. I think we're at the point now. No, we're not there yet. Almost ready to advance the main plot and actually start the expedition.
We have found neither hide nor hair of the lad Fainreal. I can only think he has fallen victim to demons or slavers.
I found this. It was addressed to you. It seems to be from your daughter.
My daughter? Then... you know what she is. How she died. When I traced her to that warehouse, I should have forced her into the circle. My own weakness in the face of her pleas is what destroyed her. It is why I urged Ariani not to give in when Fainreal wished to hide. If only I had been so strong for Olivia.
Trask is an interesting character. We'll talk about him more later. Because some of your choices can kind of affect how his character arc goes. And yeah, I agree, Frankie. Kirkwall is just a mess. This kind of city should not exist. But I've talked about that extensively already. So here's the main plot, Shadow. We want to get rich, so we're getting money.
You have my sympathies. Do not fear the Templars finding out.
Thank you. She is at peace now. I would not wish to see her name smeared while her ashes are still warm.
I don't understand all these complaints.
Yay, Meryl friendship. And we're nowhere with Isabella still. Alright. You know, the funny thing is I'm not actually kidding at this point. Really. Thank you, Lumplord. Twitch would disagree with you, but I agree with you. Twitch doesn't know anything anyways. Speaking of which, not only do they move into this horrible, horrible place, but they leave all the slave, shall we say, artwork and sculptures around, because... of course they do! I mean, that just adds to the ambiance, right?
Really? We're going to just waltz in here and fight dozens of blood mages?
Yep.
Ourselves?
Yep.
Alright, I'm game.
Yay! Speaking of which, warehouse counter. Yeah, even if you it would argue more mundane reasons why Kirkwall should be allowed to be settled, which I have already pointed out I disagree with, there is no way in hell that you should actually have a circle here. I mean, my god. I am not romancing Isabella, Titans. The veil is ridiculously thin here. Yeah, we already knew that. Yes, Kirkwall is 1,000 times worse than Mos Eisley. Well, like I said, Lumplord, there's some politics involved. Oh no, there's a bunch of corpses around here. I wonder what will happen. Oh my goodness, the living dead have arisen. This is truly a phenomenal event. You know, I think it's very indicative culturally of where we are here in real life, that there's such a thing as mundanity in The Walking Dead. Think about that for a moment. The fact that a body can get up and keep going, sentient or otherwise, is something that is so ordinary as to be mundanely categorized in everyday life. Which is just hilarious, because, I mean, if you think about it, you know, if that actually happened in real life, most people would have one of two particular responses. One would be, ha ha ha, and total lack of belief in the situation. Or two would be to completely freak out. It's just... it's so ordinary. Which is funny, because the very concept is extraordinary. But, whatever. Hello. And goodbye.
How wonderful. More vessels for our experiments.
Where is Karen?
Perhaps the demons will find one of you suitable.
This demon worship thing is a real turn-off.
I am not some hopeless waif that ran crying to a demon. I sought them out and embraced them.
You do know I cut a path through your abominations, right?
Good, good. The demons like spirit. If a few more Templars fall to the demons, we can seed chaos in their ranks. How many abominations can they discover amongst their own before it drives the Knight Commander crazy?
Good to know you're barking mad. That makes things easier.
In days of old, the Tevinter Imperium spanned the known world. Demons were their allies, held in check by power and knowledge.
In check.
With a wave of a hand, I could do more than a Templar can achieve in a lifetime. Yet they command us. Absurd. We should be ruling them. We should rule you all. Kill the vessels only if you must.
So, as mentioned earlier, one thing Dragon Age 2 actually does kind of do properly, as weird as this sounds, is it shows the extremes of both sides of the argument. We do see plenty of mages who are basically just loco, and this is no exception. She is definitely nuts, but also kind of evil. And by kind of, I mean woohoo, 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 evil. So, yeah. Idiots. Although, to make this clear, no, I don't think blood magic drove her crazy. I think she was crazy. Oh, speaking of which, we need to up the warehouse counter again, don't we? And then use blood magic, which didn't help the situation. I also think the Templars didn't help, but I've already discussed that.
Is it over?
Yes, you're safe.
Karen.
Yes, that's my name. Oh, thank the Maker. I thought he had abandoned me.
But is it only Karen? It could be Karen +1. A very nasty +1 at that.
That's true.
The cage has opened. Thank Andraste.
Fortunately, we have a blood mage with us. Meryl?
Meryl? You know something about this. Is he possessed?
I don't know.
So, check. Yes, we must outlaw all magic and all people. BRW.
It's clean. There's no scent of demons in his blood.
Okay.
Go ahead and leave, Karen. You've been through enough.
Don't tell the Templars. I don't know what they do to me.
I do.
Please, I need to go back. Tell them I'm all right. Tell my sister. I must go.
I guess it's back to the wretched gallows. Personally, I could do without blood mages or Templars.
Seconded. God damn it. So, alright guys, let's go ahead and commit genocide on this planet. Wipe out all the mages, and all the Templars, and all the Qunari, and all the Tevinter. And let's see, who else could we wipe out? Let's also just take out all the Fereldans while we're here. I mean, while we're in the neighborhood. You know, I never liked the Dwarves of Orzammar either, so let's wipe them out. Just while we're in the neighborhood again. Oh yeah, we gotta kill all the elves too while we're at it. And all the Orlesians.
Why, look here, boys. Volunteers. Clap 'em in irons and let's see what the Tevinters will pay for 'em.
I'd make a terrible slave. I talk too much. And I do that.
Nobody threatens me on my ground.
Oh, we'll just kill you then.
Shut this bitch up.
That's right, you heard me.
I hate this spell in Dragon Age 2. No. We won't do total genocide lava. We'll leave the Mabari alive. And in many, many years, they will slowly evolve with careful care and some external manipulation of their genome in order to create the perfect creature, which we will name Krogan. Yeah, God, I hate that spell. I'm actually all of the Reapers. I've been meaning to tell you guys.
There's got to be something here that shows where he shipped Fainrail.
I really hate to point this out, but forgive me for the repetition of the quote. People ain't cargo, mate.
Piece of kit.
Exactly, Mega Mike. It all comes full circle. So wait, Baronessa is Shodan, and I'm the Reapers. But does that mean... Nah. Yeah, no kidding, Raid. Tell me about it. Frickin'... Even on casual, I'm kind of concerned about this. I've never done the Era Shock below normal or whatever difficulty, the middle difficulty.
Wonder if it's time for a drink yet.
Yeah, there's not a lot of variety, Luke. But shrug.
I think I found something of yours.
Don't wave that around. I mean, thank you. It's perfectly normal.
Actually, there is, Shadow. It's whatever I say it is. Let's get rid of all this. This, this, this. This and this. And I don't feel like dealing with any of that. It's a shame because story-wise, I love the idea of soloing the Era Shock. I really do. And it's one of the reasons why I always bother to keep doing so. And yet, gameplay-wise, it's like... I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but for those of you who didn't hear me already say this, I was playing this on Nightmare difficulty and struggling the whole way because I hated it. Right up until I got to the Arashock battle, and that was the specific battle where I just gave up. I was like, okay, this is stupid. Spent, I don't even know how many minutes, just... It was dull.
Look what I found. Your reason for living.
Seriously, I may actually crank it up to Nightmare just to demonstrate the Arashock fight for a bit for you guys. I know, Schmeidolf. I found something for you. Oh, thanks, it's... What the hell?
I've got some good news and some bad news.
What? What is it?
Good news, Karen is safe. Bad news, half of your recruits may have been possessed by demons.
Sweet blood of Andros.
Damn it, Eichslaus.
Demons? Did you say something about the recruits and demons?
I didn't want to tell you, Masha. They were horrible. Those mages see the rest of us as ants to be crushed. They won't stop until they've destroyed the Chantry and the Templars forever.
Tirane was crazy. Magic didn't make her that way.
True. Not every mage gives in to temptation, but none are ever free of it. At any time, any mage could become a monster, from the lowest apprentice to the most seasoned enchanters. Mages cannot be treated like people. They are not like you and me.
Surely that's a little harsh.
They are weapons. They have the power to light a city on fire in a fit of pique.
Do I need to say anything to his speech?
I admit that does reduce their bargaining position. But there must be some middle ground.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps mages need better education as to why the Chantry functions as it does. Perhaps they would not go against the will of Andraste herself. I will look into it. For now, Karen, unless it is proven you are free of demons, I must strip you of your commission immediately.
No, you can't really think that. Karen's fine. He's safe.
Please, sir. I tried to resist. I never took anything they offered. I need this position or my sister can't eat. I've been training for 5 years.
We conducted tests on Karen. He's not possessed. He can stay in the Order.
I hesitate to ask what methods you used that you are so certain. Still, you have done much for us by stopping these blood mages. I will heed your request. If he has shown no sign of demonic possession in 10 years' time, Karen will become eligible for full knighthood.
Thank you, Sarah. Again. But without a full knighthood, Karen's pay is so small. I do not know if I can reward you as you deserve.
I really don't want a reward.
Miss. You have done the Order a great service. We will not forget it.
Mairead, it's funny you mention that, because I actually want to talk about Cullen really quick. Here's the interesting thing about Cullen, or about characters in general. This is true in real life as well. I've often said that one of the most significant things of several that you can do to truly understand the kind of person you are is to be in the worst circumstances possible. To see how you evolve or grow or adapt, or indeed don't, from being under tremendous tribulation and trials, right? So, to put this into perspective, some people go through hell, and they come out of it this twisted person who's descended into evil, or selfishness, or bitterness, or suicide, or whatever it is that they come out of that. Some people go through hell and come out of it stronger than they ever were before. Much more convinced about wanting to help and take care of others because, well, to put it bluntly, some people go through hell and come out of it with the best of their humanity, and some come out of it with their worst. Now, Cullen went through a pretty horrible experience back in the Circle. You know, he did. Let's not make light of the situation. He went through some pretty bad, torturous, mind-affecting, life-altering crap. But I always felt like he never came out of it with the best of his humanity. But he also didn't come out of it with the worst, in my opinion. He came out of it stronger, but at the same time weaker. Much more hardline, much more black and white. Depending on the choices you make throughout the course of Dragon Age 2, you can try to actually convince him to see a more moderate view. And as we've been talking about him, he actually does grow and understand because for the first time, in my opinion, he actually has a distinct opinion. He actually looks at us as if we are... he's been hearing so much of the same dogmatic crap, and let's not forget he was assigned to Meredith, who, even though she's not psychotically evil, is definitely someone who is... whoo, and so we're someone who gives him more of a moderate viewpoint when all he's used to hearing is Meredith's point of view, which is and most of the mage's viewpoint, which is in other words, both of them are extremes. And that's why Cullen is so adaptable from a writing perspective, because if you fully side with the Templars, he will go full Blood Knight. And if you fully side with the mages, he will go full Blood Knight, because he won't understand. But if you approach him moderately, he'll actually start thinking and using his damn brain. So, I kind of like him, but at the same time, I kind of don't. But again, Cullen is definitely an example of what happens when someone goes through adversity. By the way, I just feel like reading this one. Hello, Luxia. Statues of tortured slaves fill the gallows courtyard, a ghastly memento of Kirkwall's history. 1,500 years ago, Kirkwall was the Tevinter Imperium's largest quarry, feeding construction of the Imperial Highway. The Imperium's hunger for expansion led to legions of slaves forced into work, by the way, it's in the thousands, forced into working the quarry. When the Empire's construction phase ended, Kirkwall slid naturally into its new role as capital of the slave trade, with the gallows at its heart. The statues are not monuments to the suffering of the slaves. Every inch and angle of the courtyard was designed by the Magisters on breaking the spirit of newcomers. Executions took place daily and sometimes hourly, and corpses were hung from gibbets throughout the yard. New slaves trudging in from the docks always saw what awaited them. When Our Lady turned her armies against the Imperium, the slaves of Kirkwall revolted and claimed the cities for themselves. The gallows stood empty for 200 years, not to be reopened until the crowning of the divine Justinia I. Seriously. That's just... yeah. Alright, Octavian, just for you. Hey, King Falls Down. What's up? Where you been, man? Haven't seen you since... well, a while, actually. Alright, Banana. I could level up. Or I could torment you forever. The Seekers of Truth. I don't have much to share about that. I mean... trying to think of anything worth significant discussion on that one. I can't wait till we go to Tevinter with a Star Destroyer. I'm just gonna say it. Just fly overhead, pause for a moment. Just sit there. A Star Destroyer hovering over the primary city, whose name I can't think of off the top of my head. And then wait for them all to be like, oh my god, what is this, what is this? Let the horror in them settle in. And then just unleash hell! And crush them like a bug. And there will be nothing left when I'm done. After all, there are no strings on me. Minrathos, that's it. I kind of hope Tevinter is more complicated than the ridiculously over-the-top evil that it is presented as from an external perspective. But then I kind of hope Orlais is that way, because one of the things we have seen, especially in the Masked Crown or the Masked Throne or whatever the hell that recent book was, is that there is more going on behind the scenes of Orlais than, you know, what was presented in Dragon Age Origins, for example. So that was a nice fleshing out of that particular area. That's true, Eichslaus. Except for my Star Destroyer! I mean, come on, man. Once you bring a Star Destroyer to the debate table, there's nothing left. Don't worry, Rigel. All of them will burn in the end. All I have to say about that is base Delta Zero, and I hope at least some of you know what that means. Thank you, Luxia. I hope you enjoyed it. I know a lot of people compare my work to other people who have also revered the Pupils, understandably, but yeah. I already pushed the cape counter up. I'm actually surprised FF12 Maniac wasn't taken. I'm gonna have to start thinking of you as 12 Maniac rather than King Falls Down. Not sure if I can do that. It's a little bit more than that, Rigel, but you do have the right idea, yes. And thank you, Lurker. I knew somebody would know what a base Delta Zero is, unless you just Googled it. Yeah, oh, trust me, Baronessa. I am firmly on the side of the Star Wars is way more than Star Trek side of things.
You know, I might be able to give you a hand with that.
Alright, just for you, Banana. Just for you. Hey, Luke. A single Star Destroyer run by a tactician who knows what they're doing? Yeah, I absolutely agree. Without question. All you need to do is put me in charge of an Imp Star. 1 ISD. It's all I need. Okay, that thought is entirely too funny. I'm not evil, I swear. Hey, my Oho, what's up? Alright, it's Bianca, fully upgraded. An Executor class? Oh my god, are you kidding me, Shadow? I'm just asking for an Imp Star. 1 ISD, it's all I need. Oh, that would be so amusing. If I ever get a holodeck, I'm going to be like, okay, holodeck, I want you to generate all of Star Trek and 1 Imp Star. Interesting, Saldir. You'll have to tell me how it goes, like, be on the chat and let me know, you know? I'm very curious. Especially if our decisions actually frickin' matter. That would be insane, wouldn't it?
Take one more step and the boy dies.
Varric?
Tell this dirtbag who we are.
If I were you, I wouldn't be threatening the Viscount's son.
What? Oh, I suppose you just got a tip from a slaver that he was selling mage flesh cheap. You never thought to ask where he got it? You never wondered if you were buying the Viscount's well-known love child from his elven mistress. The boy he swore to protect, even if it meant raising the entire Free Marches?
I seek no war with the Free Marches. Take the lad to his father.
I like Varric.
Oh, that's quite a generous offer.
This was the price set on the boy. Please accept it as an offer of peace.
Alright. You can live.
Who are you?
For right now.
Are you working for the Templars?
Your mother sent me.
Hardly a difference.
I can't believe her. My whole life it was all, I'll love you and protect you. Then I have some bad dreams and it's off to the Templars.
Yeah.
You belong in the circle of Magi.
Well, I'm not going. I was trying to get to the Dalish. They won't be afraid of my magic.
You don't whittle down those ears. They're apt to shoot you on sight.
I'd rather be killed by the Dalish than turned tranquil by Templars.
I'll agree with that.
Look, I know it's different in other kingdoms, but here, no one helps circle mages. Anything the Templars don't like, you get the brand. The Dalish, they've had magic forever. They could teach me. I won't be a danger, I swear.
It will be your humanity that marks you among the people, not your magic. But I think they will take you.
Do you think they would have me?
I know, half-elf, even though that's actually contradictory to what Dragon Age Origins said. But it's, let's be honest, there's a lot of plot holes in Dragon Age 2 because... Yeah, you remember.
Was your mother right? Are you plagued by demons already?
I can't say for sure. I have... dreams. There are voices in the dreams. They ask me to come, to give shape to the void around them. But the Dalish Keeper is wise. If anyone can help, she can.
Right. Whatever.
I know the Keeper. I'll make sure she takes you in.
Then... she does not hate humans. Oh, you don't know what a relief that is. I knew she could help me. Thank the creators, you were the one my mother hired to find me.
Oh, agreed,
I will forever
Fenrir.
be in your debt, friend.
Not that anyone would know that.
Now what do we tell his mother? This is why I'm never having children.
And I just got rival. No, I got friendship with... Okay, I didn't get anything with Isabella. Well, at least I'm getting friendship with Meryl, which we need if we want to get in her pants. Which you do. Note the way I say that. I don't want to get in Meryl's pants. Sorry, guys. I mean, she's cute. Not in that way, but she's a cute person. She's, like, really funny and interesting and awesome, but... No. I can never be with a knife. Yeah, I can't even do it. I'm not good at racism. I don't know how to fake that. I could never be with someone who is slightly different than me for reasons they had no choice in becoming. Because I am racist. There, that's my best racist impression. I hope that'll suffice for you. Really, Schmidhoff? I didn't actually know that. So, guys, you wanna buy some death sticks? I don't know about you guys. I wouldn't want a rivalry romance. That's just... No. Oh, hey, I can go straight to Meryl's house now.
By the dread wolf.
Damn it. No, that was just... That's the default beach, not the repeated beach. That doesn't count. Up to you, Saldir. I'm gonna go ahead and stream the keep probably Monday evening, is what I'm thinking right now. And I'll do the playthrough of when Varric narrates it too, so you can have a full idea of what the canon playthrough is I'm importing into Inquisition.
Your son decided he'd rather be an elf than a Templar prisoner. He joined the Dalish.
Hey, canon.
What? But he is human. They did not even wish me to raise him among them. But they do value magic more than the men of Kirkwall. Perhaps he can have both safety and freedom. As I said, I have little money.
No, I don't want...
This is a Dalish ring that has
Keep
been in
it!
my family for generations.
Take it back!
Please accept it with my thanks.
What did... Ah!
Oh, hello.
You kept my brother out far too late.
He's an adult now, isn't he? But I promise I'll be more careful.
Shit. Yeah, sure, that's a good idea. Alright, viewers. When Saldir does his playthrough, should he have an identical setup to my playthrough, or the opposite? Here, we'll throw a vote for it. There you go. Vote it up. You get a vote too, Saldir. Alright, let's see if Isabella... Nope, we haven't done enough with her yet. Whatever. Now to remember where the hell... There we go. Shadow is much more evil than I ever could be. Excellent! The Mercy Dagger, Baronessa. Exactly what I was hoping for. Hello, Vengeance.
I had a friend like you once. Got in all kinds of trouble. Dragged me along. Didn't think I'd be doing that again.
Technically, I was doing that right now.
I got a bit weighty the last time we talked. Sorry for putting that on you.
You'd be surprised how people just tell me their darkest secrets. I must look trustworthy.
You
With
look
this blood spurter.
something. True. Proud. Like even if you don't agree with me, you'll be honest. I hope I didn't seem too selfish when I told you about justice. I didn't know what would happen. I figured a willing host, a friend. It had to be better than playing the demon and haunting some corpse.
Flirt! No.
Still creepy.
Fine. What would you do? How would you try to stand against the Templars? If you're born with magic, they hear about it. They search your little rat-spit village and find you. They tell your parents they'll be thrown in prison if they ever ask about you, stripped of their rights in the eyes of the Maker. And if you run away, they hunt you down. Again, and again, and again.
Vengeance.
You're starting to glow again.
And since yours is the only head here, and I don't want to rip it off, I should stop. Yes. Sorry. Besides...
Yes, Eli, he
we have
should.
so much to do before
There's a lot
the
of
roads.
plot holes in Dragon Age
Next
2.
time, I'll try to keep to more pleasant topics.
Yes! Anders rivalry, because I don't feel like flirting with you! Okay, that should be it. I should be ready to go now. Pretty sure. Actually, I got one last thing to do, and then we'll go continue it. Okay, I'm sorry. I just suddenly pictured Anders. He's in the middle of a fight, and all of a sudden, you know, some individual comes to attack Vengeance, and he's like, "Ah, ha, ha! Little do you understand my true power!" And he starts glowing, and all the Vengeance spirit power starts erupting with him, and then he does this thing with his hand, and he says, "Mana machine, son!" And then he starts beating the crap out of them by flinging buildings at him. Oh, come on, it would be awesome. Okay, maybe it wouldn't be awesome. The buildings throwing part would be awesome, because I would love to see Kirkwall literally ripped apart and flung at other pieces of Kirkwall. Like, I'd pay to see that. Hey, Vex. What's up? Lyrium, son! Yeah.
Oh.
It's been a...
Forced to stay so close to this Shemlin city. I've seen my share of outsiders pass through our camp. Is there something you need?
There is no escape,
Do
Shadow.
you have any pure ironbark in stock?
What use is ironbark to you? I've never met a Shem who could bend it to his will. Either way, I'm out of stock. I do know where it can be found, but it is impossible to retrieve. Our people were forbidden from venturing to the area after we lost 2 of our best hunters there.
Revengeance, Sean. Metal Gear Solid Revengeance. Do I think the Aeroshock was right to take over Kirkwall? I'm going to talk about that more later when he actually does it. But bottom line, yes and no. One of the things I like that they did with the Aeroshock is they really fleshed him out into be a full-fledged character. Unlike most of the characters in the setting, he is not all the way black, all the way good, all the way white, all the way pro this or pro that. He's actually a pretty interesting character, and that's one of the reasons I feel most people, myself included, like the Aeroshock as he's presented here. But there is no denying that the Qun themselves are probably one of the most horrifying things in this setting, and that's saying something, considering this is a setting that involves tranquility and darkspawn. And, well, at the same time, Kirkwall is Kirkwall. So...
What happened that warriors are skilled...
Yes, I am Equalitas, but we haven't even seen that yet.
Your respect for our hunters is most surprising, stranger. The place is overrun by darkspawn. If we tried to eradicate them, we would risk the precious few hunters we have left. I'll show you where the area is. What you do with the information is up to you.
Octavian, you have two options from my eyes. You can decide to go ahead and watch my stream, and you will see whether it's good or bad for your own eyes, for your own judgment. Or you can watch my assessment, which I will do whenever I'm done, which will just be a very basic, I think it's good or bad, no spoilers. I will not be doing a rumination on Inquisition, to make this clear. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I went the wrong way. Whatever. I'll go this way. Still going the wrong way. Oh well. Is that the Inquisitor from the Rebels show? Looks you. Now, I've said it before and I've said it again with regards to Octavian's comment. I would not be buying Inquisition if not for the fact that I'm doing it for the show. It is possible it'll be good. I don't know. I'm trying to walk in as neutrally as I can be. But, yeah, we'll see. It'll either be good or bad. That's really what it boils down to. Beach counter. Which is up to 7 now, my god. Ugh. I really don't want to do a rumination on Inquisition. Because that means I have to replay it. I mean, I can't ruminate on a game I've played once. Well, okay, I can, but it's not going to be as good. I love it when you do that as a warrior. You hit them with your charge attack and it's a knockback, which puts them further enough away that you can hit them with another charge knockback, and you just juggle them back like that. But yes, this is BioWare's last real chance with me. To be blunt, Mass Effect 4, from what I've seen already, looks absolutely atrocious. Like, genuinely horribly bad. And I'm actually kind of disgusted by what I've seen in Mass Effect 4 so far. But, Dragon Age Inquisition at least is going to get its chance. Yeah, by the way, these are Darkspawn. For those of you who didn't see them at the beginning. I know it's hard to tell, because for some reason they look completely different. Yeah, see, the thing is, Paulie, and I know this sounds ironic coming from me, but I don't trust 99% of all game reviewers. In fact, my personal perspective, well, my personal, how do I put this? My choice and preference in games is such that usually I don't agree with most game reviewers, even after the fact. So, I don't really find that particularly engaging, if you know what I mean. Yes, it would, Luxia. Oops, let's turn that back off. The only game reviewer I trust at all, and it's not even a trust, it's more like he tends to make some good points, is Angry Joe. he and I actually disagree on a lot of things, but the way he analyzes a game is usually indicative of whether or not I'll like it, even though I usually tend to disagree with him, if you follow me. Oh, goodness. What I don't like about what they're doing with Mass Effect 4, Snark, is their approach to marketing it. Everything they've been doing screams artsy to me, and I mean that in a bad way. You know, it's all like, oh, look at how wonderful we will do this thing. I mean, I don't actually know how to explain this properly, but everything they've shown so far has been like a really bad high school art film. You understand? And the fact that they're going with that approach in trying to sell me on the game before it comes out really does not speak well to whether or not the game will actually be good. Now, it is worth noting that is that's the marketing department, that's the management. It is possible, as I mentioned earlier, that developers, the actual people making the game, can still make a good game underneath a bad marketing and a bad management style. But everything I've seen so far has just been oh god, go away. Does that make any sense?
Everything on the list. I'll get to work immediately. And of course, I'm glad to stand here.
Yeah, needlessly pretentious. I'm okay with a certain degree of we're trying to be more trying to be artistic, but either show me something of substance or show me nothing at all. I'll take either. Hey, Ryan. Alright, so I need to go to Hightown, finally. It's time, at long last, to move on. I actually don't know anything about Inquisition so far, Snark, no men. I have been deliberately keeping my head away from everything so that it will be completely new when I pick it up, and we'll see what I think of it.
I couldn't bring back your wife, but here's a ring. It looks pricey.
Oh, Ninette's wedding ring. Yes. Look at the engraving. Forever faithful, forever yours. Oh. Written in happier times. Where did you find it?
I'm not going to tell him the truth. Because this guy is a sexist pig in his presentation, and yet at the same time, every time he stops being angry, you see a genuine level of regret and care for him. And it kind of hurts a little bit to see this man and know that his wife died, so can't bring myself to be honest with him.
Just know that she will not return.
It's better this way. Our marriage has been in shambles for more than a decade. I'll send the ring to her family. With luck, it will appease them. Thank you for all your help, Sarah. Make her watch over.
See you around, Banana.
See you there.
Am I the only person who actually likes the title of Episode 7? Like, it's not the best title ever, but it doesn't bug me. Did I already go to this? Hello, Sandal.
Don't mind him, Monsieur. Sandal's never been one for conversation. Varric, where did you get off to? And what are you planning?
Bartrand, so suspicious. I have in fact brought us our future partner.
What? Partner? You stupid nug-humping dirt farmer. Why did you go promising something like that?
Because if we don't get this expedition moving, brother, then we won't have any profits to argue about, will we?
Maybe you have a point.
So we're partners?
That depends. You got the coin we need?
Yerp.
I do have your coin, in fact.
You're joking.
Nope.
What did I tell you, Bartrand? Not bad for a human.
All right, partner. Full share of the profit between you, me, and Varric. Now we just need a decent entrance into the deep roads.
I dealt with that.
These might be just what we need.
What's this? 3, 4 entrances into the deep roads, all in the free marches? Where'd you get these?
Didn't I tell you we could find a Grey Warden? Mother didn't raise a fool. Well, she didn't raise 2 of them.
Well, color me astounded. We just pick the most promising one and go.
Yeah, now, preferably.
Time to wrap up any business you have in the city, my friend. We'll be gone for several weeks at least. Let me know as soon as you're ready and we'll head out.
Yeah, we really should go, like, now. So, let's go.
Time to wrap up any business you haven't.
Yeah, oh, okay, how do I... I'm ready! I'm ready! Let's go! Okay, whatever. I'll go over here and do nothing, apparently.
Keep moving.
I don't know, does Civilization Beyond Earth count as a AAA title? Because that definitely caught my attention. Hey, Alex. Android, Xbox One.
What am I, your servant?
Yes. Damn it! I still have to do more quests. No! This is probably gonna be the beach. Again. Hey, look! It's the beach. What a shack.
Get back! Go down! That's enough!
I give it 50% chance, Shadow. No, seriously. 50%. Okay, turn that off. There we go. Seriously. It will either be 50%... It'll either be great or terrible. It's not going to be in between.
Let's finish this!
Yeah, that would be kind of cool, Titans. And if it was more fleshed out, or if we had more motivation, or something, but, yeah. I'm telling you, DC just needs to give up on movies. They're already starting so many shows, already have so many shows going, and they're starting another one. I forget which one it is. You probably know already, Berneza. So, hey, Thrask!
Mistress Hawk, Ariane tells me you sought a better path than the Circle for her son, Fainriel.
Ow.
I thought perhaps you would be willing to show mages a kindness once more.
I haven't decided yet, Maniac. Constantine, well, they did just start Constantine, but I thought there was another one that isn't actually out yet. Constantine already started. They've got Constantine, Flash, Arrow, and Gotham, whatever. But there's another one that's coming out, like, in the future, and I'm trying to remember what it is. And anyways, the point being, most of the DC shows, from what I've seen, are actually pretty damn good, and it feels like DC is starting to push for, you know, for the television market instead of the movie market, because, well, there's no nice way to put this. They have lost the movie market.
What? You can't be nice yourself?
You are no Templar. You cannot know what a badge of shame that would be.
Yes, to be nice would be a horrible badge of shame.
Hiding in those caverns. I was hoping you might speak to the group. Convince them to surrender peacefully before my fellow Templars arrive.
Yeah, I tend to agree with your perspective there, Stark, which is one of the reasons why I'm more willing to do this Inquisition thing than I would be if it was reversed and it was Mass Effect 4.
If you've got this many mages escaping, you Templars aren't too good at your jobs.
They were not our charges. They were en route to Kirkwall from Starkhaven when they escaped. These mages have shown they attack Templars on sight. You have a better chance than I to convince them they are better off alive in the Circle than free and dead. Sir Karas hunts them as well. If they have not surrendered by the time he arrives, this will be a bloodbath.
I'm not sure I could willing to say Gotham in general is bad, but there was a part of Gotham I really liked. Namely, the incident with Alfred quite recently. If you know what I'm talking about, then, well, you know what I'm talking about. A JSA during World War II. Huh. I actually kind of agree with you, Baronessa, but you know as well as I do, they would never push that through the execs. They would never be able to convince them to actually do that, which is a pity. Yeah, that one well played with the watch and yeah. Anyways. By the way, nice graphical design thing there. Cave! Pity, isn't it, Baronessa? Although I stand by my statement, I actually really wish Man of Steel was just all about the Krypton storyline.
Corpses are stirring.
Total, just...
Raise them to defend themselves. That's ghastly.
Notice that's a blood mage saying that. I just feel like pointing that out. I know. Differences of opinion, individuality, not all blood mages are this or that, etc., etc., etc. If you don't know Maniac, don't stress it. Yeah, basically this is literally the same art asset reused over and over and over. It's literally the same cave. It's just, all they do is chop off, so like you can only go to this section for this particular instance of it, you can only go to this section for this particular instance of it, but it is the exact same graphical art asset, and it's very obvious. Because they didn't, because they didn't have a lot of time, because they had a rush, so...
Maker's blessing. I thought I was going to die down here in this tomb. Are you with the Templars? Please, I need to go back to the Circle. I never wanted to get involved in this. Not when he started making those things.
He?
Who is he?
Decimus. It was his decision. He kept saying the Templars would label us blood mages if we fled. Why not use it if it's our best tool? He slit his wrist, and the magic, it rose from the blood and woke the skeletons in the cave. I ran. Decimus is wrong. Blood magic is a work of evil, not just a power the Templars keep from us for spite.
I disagree with that, but...
Decimus is the leader of these mages.
He's crazy. He said with our phylacteries gone, no one could find us. We would be free. I think maybe he set the fire. There must be a demon working through him. No normal man would profane the dead like this.
Oh, that's such an ironic statement. How many people, how many totally ordinary people, if we're suddenly offered the power to control the dead, would say yes? Don't look at me like that.
Someone starts raising undead, and it's all downhill from there.
I've been at the Circle since I was 6. I've heard about demons, blood magic. They warned us, but I never thought I'd see it. The rest of them, they're still following Decimus. He's gone mad. I think he'd kill us all just to take the Templars down.
Sir Thrask waits outside. You will be safe there.
By the way, with regard to what Snark says, I actually kind of agree. It's my personal opinion that I don't mind the rather negative release that's going around the movie because, and this is the big reason why, if it's actually a really good movie, it will completely blow everyone out of the water. That will be such a turnaround for DC's movieverse that it'll be great. It would depend on the kind of undead, right? This kind of undead is just shoving a spirit into a dead corpse, so no. But if I was going to be, oh, I don't know, say, the Lich King, with sentient undead, then yes.
They're here! The Templars have come to take us back to the Circle.
Decimus, no! Stay your hand. These are no Templars.
What do I care what shield they carry? If they challenge us, the dead themselves will meet the call.
Okay. That's a good question. Apparently, Saldir will be doing the opposite. Was I the only one who actually liked Constantine the movie? Oh yeah, I assume you're someone who's watched the DCAU extensively, Snark? Because the DCAU is just awesome.
You should have listened to me. Oh, you are one of us. But you wear no mark of the Circle. How is it you side against your own?
Do you not see the pointy ears and tattoos? I'm Dalish. You are not my own.
Decimus gave us the courage to face the Templars. Without him, we would be prisoners still.
If he taught you any of that blood magic, you could have him up and walking in no
That's
time.
the one, Rusty.
I warned him. I told him once he marked himself as a blood mage, that was all anyone would see. Please, we only want our freedom. Without your help, the Templars will execute us all for Decimus's crimes.
By the way, if it's not obvious, I am a huge fan of the DCAU. Like, colossally huge. I once heard an argument that cartoons were only for children. I pointed them at several distinct episodes of the DCAU, and they came back and said, I'm sorry. Because they actually admitted they were wrong.
If not in the Circle, how do you intend to live?
I hear there are places outside the pre-marches where the Templars are not so vigilant.
So, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what to do with this twit. What do you guys think? I mean, this is someone who, yeah, that. Oh, I wasn't even going to bring that one up, Baronessa, but whew. Of course, it's also probably worth noting that John is my favorite Green Lantern and has been for a long time, and the DCAU is a huge reason why. Also, the Justice Lord storyline and the Cadmus thing. Yeah. Should I Schmeidoff? I mean, I don't know. Now, granted, yeah, with foresight, she should die, but it's an interesting decision in the moment, isn't it? Superman versus the Elite was pretty awesome, yeah. I'm also kind of torn because I really like, I like Kingdom Come and I like Superman All-Star, but then again, I like the comics of those as well, so. Well, whatever. We'll do this to show up. I know you guys know, but for those of you who don't know, we're gonna go and help her.
I don't have enough people trying to kill me. Might as well add all the Templars in Kirkwall.
Then we must first throw off pursuit. There is a Templar who followed us. You must have met him when you entered.
I'm not...
Kill him, and we can get clear of Kirkwall before the Templars send more men.
No.
We should help them. We don't know what this good-hearted Templar truly intends to do.
Meryl.
Will you buy us time to flee Kirkwall?
Darling. I'm not killing Thrask, the only Templar who's been willing to show a damned heart this entire time. No.
Leave it to me. By the time I'm done, these Templars will swear that the sky is green. Your confidence almost makes me believe you. But I spent 2 weeks traveling with these Templars. They strike first and think after. They are far easier to kill than to fool.
Keep in mind, Thrask sent us in here to help them. To try and salvage mage lives and ensure that they wouldn't be, you know, tormented or tranquiled or whatever. I mean, think about that. And this woman is just like, you must kill him. It'll be much easier to kill him. You should kill him. So even in the moment, for reference, in canon, killed the crap out of her. Thoughts on Unity, I already gave them, Maniac. Go watch my old thing. Earlier today. Isabella just said, if we kill them, we get their stuff! So here's a question for you guys about Assassin's Creed, just really quick. If you had to pick one setting, and this is the last setting and time period for an Assassin's Creed game, it's the last one. It's the big one. They're going to put all the effort. They're not going to push it out in a week or a year, excuse me. It's not going to be rushed. It's not going to be it's not going to be buggy. It's not going to have a bad port. It's not going to have a marketing department that should just jump on their swords. It's going to be good, right? So where would you set it, and when, for that matter? Alright, what did Titan say that I missed? I'm not sure I agree with the Elite's point, but then again, I also kind of saw where that went, and how What's-His-Face's story actually ended. Manchester Black. I'm not that familiar with most of the songs in Dragon Age, so I'm actually not a good person to do that, Prog. Sorry.
Are you trying to tell me this boy is all that's left of the apostates?
I ran away when they began to use blood magic, sir.
They are not in the caverns, Sakaras. I have thoroughly explored.
Who is this?
Varric?
Tell him who we are.
I'm astonished Sir Thrask didn't mention that Sir Hawk, Knight Lieutenant of the Order in Ferelden, was here at the Knight
The
Commander's
October
personal
Revolution.
invitation.
I like that.
Yes, I was just about to tell him.
We've completed our investigation of the mages in those caverns. There is no one left inside.
The apostates resorted to blood magic and ended up turning on each other.
Their leader fled the battlefield ahead of us. Bloody coward left his own people to die. I caught only a glimpse, but it looked like the back passages led out to the coast. I sent your men that way.
We can still catch up if we go around the caverns. That's the faster route.
The coast, you say? Men, fan out, search the shore. We will retrieve these corpses later. I will commend you to the Knight Commander, Sir Hawk.
I'm sure you will.
Thank you, my friend.
I didn't think you could do it. Truly, you must be able to charm a miser out of his last
I'm
form.
going to kill you later.
I did not think any of us would leave those caverns alive.
If it makes you feel better, officially you were killed during escape.
I will do my best to seem cold and rotted then. Please, accept my staff as a reward. It has the mark of Starkhaven on it. I dare not carry it now. It should bring a good price. Now, we must flee as far as we can before nightfall. Thank you, friend.
It's funny you mentioned that one, Baronessa. I'm still curious how World War II comes into Unity. Because we know it does, we just don't know how. Or I don't know how, I should say. Wait, she will find him?! Yeah, I'm gonna kill the crap out of her later. Twit. Idiot. Moron. Fool. Lord, what fools these mortals be. Whatever. Most of them were Django, including Hitler himself, who was assassinated by the assassins. Yes, that's right, Hitler was a Templar. As part of a deliberate plot to make a fall guy, and he was always intended to live through the experience. And then the assassins got to him.
So are you ready? It's a long trek. If you have any business you need to wrap up here, you'd better do it now.
Alright.
I'm ready.
To the deep roads.
And let's not waste any more time. We've chosen one of the hidden entrances. The deep roads there will be nice and virginal, ready for a good deflowering. Ha!
You?
Now there's an interesting image. It'll take a week for us to get to the depth we need. There are bound to be leftover darkspawn from the Blight. Big risks, big rewards.
Risks? Rewards? What could be better?
Exactly! Now, before we... Wait. Who invited the old woman?
That's my
I'm
mother.
sorry to interrupt, Sir Dwarf, but I need to speak with my children.
Mother! I told you not to get involved with this.
I just want to know one thing. Are you planning on taking Bethany with you?
I hadn't decided yet. Mother, I'll be fine. I want to go.
It's not fine. You can't both go. What if something will happen to you? You, I understand wanting to do this. But leave your sister here, I beg you.
It's the Templars or the Darkspawn, Mother. At least I'm allowed to fight Darkspawn.
Well, you're not going to be able to take everyone anyhow. You'll need to decide.
So, the choice here, for those of you not fully familiar with this, is Death, Grey Warden, or Circle Mage. These are the options that are available for Bethany. I've made my point clear on this. All three of these are bad options. I mean, not bad in general, but like not desirable options. And the thing is, I wouldn't want her to become a Circle Mage in general. But I really don't want her to become a Circle Mage in freaking Kirkwall. So, we'll go ahead and let you guys vote. Grey Warden for 1, Dead for 2, and Kirkwall, the hellishly horrible and awful in every way Circle is number 3. There you go. This is also important now, because as has been mentioned, if I don't bring Anders, we can't do the Grey Warden option. Granted, Anders is a healer, so at least he won't be useless, but, you know. Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to be Grey Wardening her. My god. Well, you guys will win. We will warden her out.
Bethany, I beg you. Don't go. Don't do this.
I'll be fine, Mother, I promise. This will work out for the best. You'll see.
And then you'll die. Wait.
Personal drama over with? Now let's get underway.
That is true, Rowan.
Coming, eh, brother?
Especially since we don't know he's Vengeance in character.
The deep roads await.
Well, let's do it. Time for the one and only actually fun boss in the game, in my opinion.
No, this can't be right. The champion and her apostate sister came to Kirkwall to spread subversion against the Chantry. But you claim this wasn't the case. The champion just happened to have dealings with the Canary, joined forces with a known raider, a blood mage, a rebel warden, and for what? Coin?
Maybe it's not as simple as you imagine, Seeker.
Simple? Do I need to remind you what your friend did? Do I need to tell you how many lives have been lost? How many more will be lost? You cannot sit there and tell me she is innocent.
I don't know if innocent is the right word exactly.
She must have known. Somehow the champion knew what was down there. That's why she wanted to join your expedition.
Reaching.
No. None of us knew. If we had, she wouldn't have let her sister step foot into that blighted hole.
Is that so? Then tell me your version of what happened on this expedition.
Well, we entered the deep roads as planned, but we didn't get very far.
Hey, Pandemonium.
There's been a collapse. The way forward is blocked.
What? Is there some way around?
Not that I've been able to find. The side passages are too dangerous.
Haha, Lizzo.
Useless! What am I paying you blighters for? Set camp!
Hey, you guys voted for it. I didn't vote for it.
Problems, brother?
Starting deep roads. Who knows how long it'll take to clear the path?
Shall we not try to find a way around instead? Seems like the logical choice.
You think I'm an idiot, Varric? The scouts say the side passages are too dangerous.
See? This is why you bring someone like me along.
We'll take a look. If we come running back, screaming, you'll know staying put was the right
Fine, fine. Find a way around. Just do it quickly.
I'm sorry. I love that line.
This is why I left the Wardens. I hate the blighted deep roads.
I hate to add to your burdens, my friends, but I fear I must. I fear my boy Sandal wandered off. He's somewhere in those passages right now.
It's okay. He's killing Darkspawn.
Keep an eye out for him. He just doesn't understand danger like he should.
We'll bring him back in one piece. Or maybe two. Hard to say, really.
Poor Sandal.
Okay, we're officially sarcastic
I can't believe
if
he's
our
done this.
new default options are doing that. Enchantment? Enchantment! Oh, let's go ahead and level these two. Meh. Yeah, Sandal is off being Sandal. Because, well, duh, really. I don't care about the rest. Yeah, we're not going to go down Vengeance and Streetline. I actually heard a theory rather recently that Sandal's actually much more mundane than we thought. That he's literally just someone who's lyrium-addled. I'm not sure I agree with that, not just because I like the idea of him, you know, being, something more significant, but, you know, whatever. No, it's never been explained, Mophimus. I don't care. Okay, he got haste on. She does not have haste on. Okay, hang on. There we go. Perfect. Haste! Haste! Dot! Oh, whatever.
I should have listened to Mother.
Yeah, but the stream decided that you didn't. Now, one thing that I've mentioned before is that Dragon Age 2 tends to make its areas feel more open. And little things like this are a good thing. We're in the deep roads, but it actually feels less cloistered than in Dragon Age Origins. So, a definite positive there. Now some Darkspawn, who are not men. I do wish haste was still a sustained rather than a buff, but yeah, whatever. I have seen lots of FF15 videos. 12, maniac person, who was the king who fell down. Okay, good. I got inventory space. Actually, Baroness is on, so I know I have at least one female on my stream right now.
We're good to go.
By the way, a hasted dual wielder, or excuse me, a hasted person wielding a two-handed weapon is even funnier. Because, I mean, look at this attack speed with a two-handed blade. I mean, really, it's kind of funny. Hey, look, Silverite. I'll be honest, I usually don't actually bother with crafting in Dragon Age 2. Oh my god! Mabari! Everyone, Mabari! I mean, look at this attack speed! Look at that! You would not be able to wield a one-handed weapon that quickly in real life. It's hilarious. I actually have not yet, Lurker. I don't remember which one it happened in. I need to get a speed... Do I have a speed rune right now? I do not. I need to get a speed rune at some point. I've already given my thoughts on the FF13 thing, Maniac. Basically, it's good that the Square is finally trying to put things to the PC properly, but it's bad because they decided to do it with FF13. And as Mega Mike just pointed out, if 13, one of their least well-received games in a long time, does not sell well, they're not going to do the other good games. So, would be nice if they hadn't decided on that route for it. Oh, thank you, Lurker. I'll just go ahead and pull this up on the side here. There we go. Save that. Put that away. Yeah, I know, Mr. Dino. I don't remember where it is, though. Oh, it's sandals. That's right, that's right. I could answer that, Shadow, but I don't want to, because that's kind of creepy. So this is Lyrium, also known as Phazon. Anyone? Anyone? Actually, there are quite a few similarities between Phazon and Lyrium, all joking aside. But Lyrium had a very distinctly kind of plant-like look in Origins, and now it looks much more crystalline. I admit I kind of like the crystalline look better, but I will also freely admit that that's because I just like crystals better in general. So, I am freely admitting my own bias.
Well, I'll be a Nug's uncle. Isn't that Bodan's boy?
Enchantment?
Hello?
He survived this entire time.
I'd really like to know how you managed to kill all of them.
Enchantment?
Boo.
And how did you do that?
There's a freaking ogre.
Not enchantment.
No, I have not. Pandemonium.
Smart boy. Come on. We still need to find a way past that collapse.
And yeah, that's an ogre, by the way. I know we kill ogres semi-regularly, but ogres are kind of mean. Especially for someone who isn't a Grey Warden or someone who is really good in combat, so, yeah. No discussions of Twilight here. Sorry, Saldir. We all know I am a cam whore. At least that's what Pax says, but not that bad. Yeah, that is actually a small ogre for some reason. Yeah, isn't it, Krenzler? I've already talked about lyrium back in my Dragon Age Origins run, so I don't really have much else to add to that discussion. But here we discover something interesting. Red lyrium. Now, this is interesting because it's indicative of just how much was lost when the dwarves lost their empire, basically. Yeah, I agree, Chiriphian. But, yeah. Man, my neck hurts today. Oh, shut up, Anders. Nobody cares about you. Yeah, Phazon... I make the Phazon comparison kind of directly and literally. Lyrium is very poisonous to just about everyone and everything that interacts with it. One of the main reasons dwarves can work with it is because they've built up resistance, basically. And one of the reasons that they use tranquils to use it is because tranquils don't have that connection to the Fade, and therefore a natural resistance to magic, so blah. But red lyrium doesn't work the same way. So here's why red lyrium is interesting. This is a Tig built in an area swimming with lyrium. Now, two things about lyrium. One thing that is worth noting. Lyrium does actually grow, basically, and will regenerate in a similar manner to Phazon, actually, or Magicite in my Primus setting. So, it's possible this lyrium was just already here and has grown over the centuries since this place was, but it's also very likely, especially given the way this place is presented, that this entire Tig was basically built around a place incredibly rich in lyrium. That's significant in its own right. But the real point I want to make is that there's red lyrium here, and based on the evidence, well, let's just say that I find it very likely that the ancient dwarves, back before their kingdoms were crushed like a bug by the first blight, knew about red lyrium and used it. And of course, it is also possible that that allows for the possibility of other types of lyrium as well, in addition to the standard blue and the heavily radioactive red. We'll talk about red a little bit more in just a bit here. Yeah, sure, whatever. There we go. Greater haste. That's what I wanted. Shut up, Baronessa. Let's get a save in. interesting tactic there. Oh, don't even joke about that, Shadow. Now here's the thing. Red lyrium is debated... it's debated if red lyrium actually functions differently than normal lyrium, or if... oh, there's a lot of traps around here. Or if, red lyrium is just more concentrated. If you think about how red lyrium functions with regards to blue lyrium, red lyrium basically does all the same things that blue lyrium does. It addles your brain, it affects you deeply on a level that allows you to accomplish things on a magical perspective, and it can be used for ridiculously strong enchantments. It's just there's only a small amount of red lyrium we actually pull out, and that red lyrium allows the individuals who use it extensively, but the red lyrium also drives everyone who has to deal with it basically completely bonkers to the point of psychotic insanity. Meredith, of course, being the obvious example, but really I think Bertrand is the better example of someone who is driven to complete psychosis by the red lyrium. So, whether or not red lyrium actually functions differently than blue lyrium or not, or is more concentrated, is something we don't fully know, because we don't actually explore red lyrium. They introduce an interesting concept and something that could have huge ramifications for the setting, and in a typical way, it's one of those situations where, you know, we all assume A because we are ignorant of our past, and then suddenly B is introduced, but it's never explored. They never actually explored in Dragon Age 2 because blah 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 blah. But I personally have always had the theory that red lyrium is, and I think someone in chat mentioned it earlier, red lyrium is something that is just much, much more conductive. It funnels the powers of whatever, either it's the core of the Fade, or the Fade itself, or the Black City, or the Veil, whatever it actually is, through it much more strongly and much more consistently than blue lyrium does, which naturally would do all of the things I just mentioned that red lyrium does. So, sense make. Now, I've actually heard that theory, Space Station. I was just about to comment on it. The idea that it's possible red lyrium could be blue lyrium that has basically been poisoned, worked, edited, altered. We know the ancient dwarves were corrupt and basically evil and more than willing to do horrible things. So it's entirely likely that red lyrium is a result of an experiment by the ancient dwarves, which would also explain why it's here in this particular Taig. Ugh. And that is true. We do know that blue lyrium is from the Fade, and in the Fade. I mean, that's a normal thing. I mentioned that back in Origins, and the significance of that to the story. Red lyrium is not in the Fade, and we've seen enough of the Fade to know this, because nobody's ever experienced or heard of red lyrium before until this incident. So... hello. This is not the fight I mentioned. Just to make that clear. Not that I'm aware of Dark Archon. I could be, could be unaware. It was not too costly. My dad actually bought it for me. So, and that's your answer. He got it off of Amazon, though. That is possible, Schmeidel. See, that's the reason I wish they had discussed the Red Lyrium more. The Red Lyrium is absolutely critical to the storyline of Dragon Age 2, such as it is. There's no denying that. But they don't actually discuss it or invoke it in any way. It's just that it's there, it's different, and that's basically all we know. I really wish they'd done more with it. The possibilities for Red Lyrium are monumental, really. And indeed, I mentioned earlier the possibility of Red Lyrium being the result of an experiment by the ancient dwarves, the primeval Taig, as we're about to go to. Wouldn't it be interesting if the ancient dwarves could use blood magic, and that's what created that?
Goes right where we want it to. Let's go back and tell Bertrand. He'll be so pleased.
Bart,
Bertrand, we found a way around your damned cave-in.
It's about time. Let's move out!
It's okay. BioWare deserves my attention. Or, okay, no they don't. They used to.
Holy shit.
Is this what you were expecting?
I thought. An abandoned dike, something old.
And there is some red lyrium.
What is this?
How did you even know it was here?
Old scavenger tales. After the third blight. A week below the surface, they said. But nobody believed them.
Looks like they were right.
Make camp here. We need to look around.
Yeah, exactly, Pandemonium. That's why my brain's kind of going in that direction.
I don't get it.
Why's that?
Whoops, didn't mean to hit that.
We're well below the deep rose. Whatever dwarves lived here, they came long before the first blight. But where are the statues of paragons? I don't recognize these markings on the wall, or anything in the rubble.
Who knows how old these ruins are? Maybe your people were different back then.
I know enough about our history to know we haven't changed much. Dwarves have been mired in tradition for many ages.
That is true.
These dwarves might have been unique. If so, I hope they kept their valuables close at hand.
This is another piece of evidence for that whole... The primeval tide created this red lyrium and then they all died theory. I mean, granted, it's the classic experimenting where man is not meant to go, etc. storyline that you've seen a trillion times. And by the way, yes, that is regular lyrium mixed with red lyrium there. But, Lava Dude, I'm talking about it right now. What the hell, man? But one of the other idea is... A theory I have had personally is that these were dwarves who literally were not, like, either for good or for bad or just for neutral. These were dwarves who did not agree with the overall dwarven politics thing I talked about way back in Orzammar, and so literally cut themselves off from the other dwarves of that era, and the dwarven king of that era, who I remind you was an evil bastard. We learned that from Caradon and from the Deventer. And so we're out here doing this own thing, which is why they're not mentioned in the shape rate, because that's what would happen, thanks to how the shape rate works, and would have no actual architectural markings of the rest of the dwarves, including the paragons that were existent at that point in time, because they were trying to separate themselves from dwarven society. And these dwarves could have tried to, dig too greedily and too deeply. It's just in terms of scientific and magical exploration. I mean, after all, one of the things the dwarves have accepted forever, even back then, was that dwarves can't use magic. But why shouldn't we be able to use magic? Is it not our birthright to be able to use magic? Is it not something that we should be allowed to do? And I think you kind of see where I'm going with that idea. So, yeah. Oh, I would definitely ensure that everyone gets the cure for the tranquil. I'm sorry, I would not tranquil anyone. Tranquility is one of, if not the worst fates that exists in this setting, in my opinion. It is horrifying, and I do not wish such a thing to happen to anyone, ever. Like, the end. That's not even a choice for me, There we go. Yeah, funny, isn't it, Luxia? Okay, I need to swap out really quick here. A couple things. Is this better? Yes. Unfortunately. And so is this. And that's it. Oh, don't worry, Prog. It'll all work out wonderfully. Now...
Whatever's through there, it seems still intact. Think we'll find anything?
Bertrand is far more enthralled with this place than you are.
Unlike him, I wasn't born in Orzammar. I wouldn't even be down here if there wasn't profit in it. This entire place gives me the chills. Let's hope it's worth it.
Chances are we won't find anything but even more darkspawn. And rubble. Maybe both?
I suppose we'll need to go down there to find out.
Then clearly I have failed the universe, Shadow, and will leap upon my sword immediately. In real life. Oh shoot, I did forget to drink Standal. Let's go do that real quick. I'll talk more about Red Delirium in just a little bit. I don't have much else to add to it. Someone in chat asked earlier, do I think it would have been more interesting if, there we go. If I think that Meredith would have had her own descent into madness rather than having the external influence of the Red Lyrium. I'm not sure if I like that more or less as an author, because both have their benefits, really. But at the same time, I do kind of like the fact that there is a reason, a defined reason why Meredith goes completely over the deep end. But I think it would have been better worked if she hadn't gone so completely over the deep end. You know, if, in other words, she was, you know, a Knight Templar, but not to the psychotic, oh my god, holy crap extreme that she actually does, and then just remove the influence from it on her. But then again, I also think the Red Lyrium is something that should have been discussed more, so I'm not sure how to have your cake and eat it too in this situation.
Say thank you to the nice lady for saving your life, Sandal.
Thank you.
And that's why Sandal is terrifying. Hello, Yodripple.
You found him! I can't believe it! You found him!
Hello?
I owe you a great debt. I will repay it somehow. I swear my life on it.
No need. I'm glad Sandal was all right.
Because of you. You will not regret this.
Good, because I need his super rune. And I need that one sword to put it on. I think it's a sword. And then I will have all the power. I mean, power. Red Lyrium. That's my theory, Lycon. My favorite theory. There's a lot of theories about Red Lyrium, and none of them are actually... I mean, there's a lot of validity to most of them, if you understand. This actually doesn't qualify as a Dwarven Runes, because it's actually different. Holy crap. Weird, huh? And this is the source of all of the problems in Dragon Age 2.
You see what I'm seeing?
Is that lyrium?
It's definitely magic. And not the good kind.
Doesn't look like any kind of lyrium I've ever seen. Look at this, Bartrand. An idol made out of pure lyrium, I think. Could be worth a
Hey,
fortune.
N7.
You could be right. Excellent find.
By the way, note how disgusting that thing actually is, too.
We'll take a look around. See if there's anything further in.
I mean, just, if you actually get a good look at it, it is gross. Like, a lot.
The door!
Bartrand, it's shut behind you.
You always did notice everything, Varric.
Are you joking? You're going to screw over your own brother for a lousy idol?
Not just the idol. The location of this tag alone is worth a fortune, and I'm not splitting that 3 ways.
One interesting thing about this particular Red Lyrium aspect. What it does is it amplifies... I like how he stops to apologize to his mother in mid-rant. The idol, without question, amplifies the certain aspects of your personality. It basically takes your what is basically considered your strongest personality trait and amplifies it to the point where instead of becoming, instead of being a person who is greedy, who has other aspects to you, you become someone who is greedy to the extent that that is all you do, which also explains why it affects Meredith to the extent it is. Now, there is no denying that Bartrand always planned to basically cut us out of the cut of this place, because he was planning to do that before we came here, as Burnus pointed out. But I think that upon acquiring the idol, he decided that in this situation, the best way to do that is to abandon us down here, which is taking that greed to the next step. actually being willing to kill his own brother, in addition to the rest of us, is a little bit much even for Bartrand. And I don't think that was actually his originally planned. This is just my interpretation, of course. But again, that's what the Red Lyrium does. It exemplifies what your most powerful emotional character trait is. And isn't it really obvious then to explain why this Tig was lost to history? Why there's no one here except for creatures and darkspawn and shades? Because imagine a colony of dwarves who all have their most pronounced character traits being exemplified to the point where it becomes their only character traits. Think about what that would do to any society, let alone a dwarven run. I mean, just... gah! Define a good trait, Raskor. What if your character trait is you want to take care of people? And really, I don't even have to go this way all the route. So all you have to do is become a Templar, like an Assassin's Creed Templar, not a Dragon Age Templar. So, yeah. It's funny. This reminds me a lot of a particular aspect of. Yeah, by the way, lots of shades here. That's also indicative, I think. Anyways, what if? What? You know what? Never mind. I'll just let it be. But yeah, you get it, Raskar. You get it. It's just... if all you want to do is laugh, all I have to say about that is laughing octopus. Oh god. Vengeance with the Red Lyrium. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say is I'm reminded of Pirates of the Caribbean because, in an irony, the villain has spared us a horrible fate by stealing the thing we were both after. Even though he doesn't doing it on purpose because he was just an evil, greedy bastard. Ironic, isn't it? Oh, cool, you triple. I obviously have no need of that, but cool for anybody who does. Oh, that actually hurt for once. Wow. Bregvin! Welcome to the party, so to speak. Yeah, exactly, Rasker. Messed up, isn't it? So, one of the things that's been mentioned, and Equalitas mentioned something about this too, is the idea that this was not just a Tig, not just a city, but an actual trial, a dungeon, a temple, similar in design to the one in Origins. I don't actually buy that theory personally, especially because the overall feel of this place is much more someplace that fell into ruin thanks to a cataclysm, rather than anything else. For example, you can literally see Red Lyrium crawling out of the wall, having grown sufficiently to enwrap the thing. Now granted, time could do that, but the overall visual and writing style of this place strikes me as that more, well, Phazon gone mad situation. And again, I keep using that example on purpose. But it is possible this place was deliberately constructed to test someone with the Red Lyrium. But that begs the question, for what purpose? Because we know what the Red Lyrium does to someone. So what possible good, well, I shouldn't even say good, what possible use could come of that from deliberation? What could you actually accomplish by artificially making someone use the Red Lyrium? Now, I have my own answer to this. What if it is possible to use Red Lyrium without having your character traits exemplified? What if it requires a certain type of mind or will? What if a certain individual who is strong enough or has enough discipline or willpower can actually use the Red Lyrium without being by it? Wouldn't that make for an interesting aspect? So in other words, this entire dungeon is designed to destroy anyone who comes here who can't handle it, but will actually be useful for someone who can. Or it could just be the fact that I already mentioned that, you know, blood magic, artificial lyrium, blah 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 at the end. As I've already discussed.
Bloody flames, what were those things?
Profanes. Fun little things. I like that, Luxia. That's kind of where I was leaning with that, Bernessa. But I just... Maybe it's just because of the fact that I love the idea of the experiment gone wrong when it's well written. But I love that idea, you know, theory-wise, as for what happened here.
I'll deal with this.
I use a 16:19 stream, but that's actually mostly for upload to YouTube. So, 1280 by 720, I believe, is what I stream at. Someone asked what my schedule is for streaming Inquisition. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I do plan to stream every day rather than just the weekend, which I've been doing with Origins and 2. So my whole schedule will be consumed by Inquisition. We're doing a proper marathon setup for that. Yeah, the veil is super thin here, too. Which is why, Okay, I really hate to do this, but I'm going to go ahead and start enforcing the Inquisition rule as of now, so...
You have proven your mettle. I would not see these creatures harmed without need.
Yeah, interesting conversation about to happen here. But seriously, next person who really starts talking about Inquisition in a way I find unacceptable, I'm going to go ahead and give you a timeout, okay? This is your warning. No men, alright? So, next person who does it is going to be that. Maniac 1280 by 720 is 720p. That's why it's called 720p. So, anyways.
I'd say being attacked on sight gives us plenty of need.
They will not assault you further, not without my permission.
What are these things?
By the way, this
like
voice actor sounds a lot like Shale to me.
Hunger.
I could be wrong.
The profane have lingered in this place for ages, beyond memory, feeding on the magic stones until the need is all they know.
They eat Valyrian. Sounds like a healthy diet.
I am not as they are. I am a visitor.
It seems mostly interested in their hunger. It's a demon come to feed.
I would not see my feast end. I sense your desire. You seek to leave this place, but you will need my aid to do so.
Don't do it. Demons will trip you up every time.
You'd know, wouldn't
Be
you?
careful. I don't like the sound of this.
What are our options?
This is a hard decision. I tend to agree that dealing with demons is almost always going to turn out badly. And, but at the same time, we know nothing about what's going on here. But at the same time, I always got the impression that Hunger here also doesn't know anything about what's going on here. There's just these... Now, one thought I have, in addition to add further to my whole this place was an experiment gone wrong situation, is what if these profane here were demons that were basically bound here, you know, deliberately, and and the red lyrium was used in order to basically bind them into a form of prehistoric golem, which didn't require a dwarf sacrifice, but a demon sacrifice instead. And of course, being left here after the red lyrium caused everyone to go cuckoo, kind of left them with nothing else to do but to continuously feed on the lyrium as their form of consumption. Now, let's go ahead and just talk to him first.
Why do we need your aid to leave?
There is another door that leads into the paths far above us. That is what you seek. It has been sealed, however.
See you around, Undead.
And cannot be opened without a key. I know where the key is. Do as I ask, and I shall tell you.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I agree, Bragan, which is another reason this place terrifies me, because I tend to think long-term. And you probably already know what I mean by that.
I'm not becoming that thing's next meal.
Most unwise.
Also possible, Saldir. There's just so little we know about the Red-Lyrium. I really wish they went more into it. Okay, I'm tired of hitting him there.
Let's finish this.
But yeah, imagine a world that becomes overwhelmed and overrun by Red-Lyrium. I'm so very hurt. After all the effort I did to make you nice and happy. Wouldn't it, Lava? Imagine everyone's personality traits being extended to the worst possible thing that it could be, to an extreme. Now, here's another thought. Now, I could be wrong about this, but early on we saw a decent amount of blue lyrium alongside red lyrium. But as we go further through this, and I could be wrong because I don't remember how this ends, but as we've been going, I've been noticing there's been less and less blue lyrium to the point where I actually haven't seen any blue lyrium in some time. And so now it's just red lyrium this far in. At least, maybe? I can't tell. We'll find out in a moment. Because this is the boss fight I love.
This is the vault. The dwarves would have brought their...
And this...
That can't be good.
Is the boss fight of Act 1. Ah, my bad. Those do look like blue lyrium over there. My bad. Although that sure as hell does not look like normal blue lyrium, so interesting. Eh. I like that this boss fight actually has Zelda-style mechanics. It's not complicated, but it's nice that they do it at all. Yes, we are about to finish Act 1, Krog. Three acts, yes, although the third act is like 2 seconds long, so... That's kind of what I'm thinking, Roner. This is just speculation, but that would make sense to me. Come here, guys. Hurry. Oh, or just get hit. Now, okay, I have never done this on casual, but even when I was playing on my second playthrough on normal, that basically killed you. Well, killed them. If they got caught out in that. Are you two gonna heal anyone? Okay, let me make this clear. This should be up here. This should be up here. There. Now heal people. Don't make me do it manually. See you around, Shadow. Oh, now he goes to heal, now that Varric is dead. Yeah, seriously. Health potion, health potion, health potion. But we don't actually know Bandit, that's the point.
The rock wraiths are supposed to be dwarven legends. They're not even supposed to be real.
Looked pretty real to me.
I suppose it doesn't matter. Look at what it was guarding.
So I like
See if there's
this.
something that can help us get out of here.
Just to make a point here. So many of the times, you see a giant pile of treasure like this, and in games you loot it and it's like 12 gold or whatever. But this is one of the very few times in props that we find a giant treasure pile, and it's actually a ton of money, and actually uplifts us to the point where we can fulfill a mansion and buy ourselves into the aristocracy and the nobility of Kirkwall. So for once, it's actually awesome.
A key. Opens doors, I hope.
Which is, you know,
Let's collect the best pieces
cool.
we can carry out of here and then go.
But first, before we go, we want that lyrium, because we're insane, apparently. This area makes me wonder, because this area, if you'll notice, is nowhere near as set up as the rest. It doesn't it looks like they carved out a chunk of the area, put in the pillars, and then just left it. This is not actually carved out or architecturally styled. And yet what we see over there is these giant pillars of some kind of glowing crystal. Now, it's possible that's blue lyrium. It's also possible it's just some kind of glowing stone. We don't really know. We know that red lyrium has grown all over the place. I mean, hell, it's into the ceiling and everywhere. But this has always made me believe that this is actually something that I personally refer to as a lyrium core. Or if you prefer, lyrium roots or lyrium seed, anything really fits there. The idea here that we always know lyrium grows, but we only see the most distant edges of the leaves and the branches of what lyrium actually is, if you understand my meaning. The actual core of the lyrium, the roots, if you will, are things like this. Giant chunks of it that just spread outward. And it makes it interesting to look at this area where the red lyrium is and where their most powerful creation was to defend it and, you know, blah, 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 blah. Just some food for thought, basically. And yeah, I agree. If they'd gone with keep mechanics with the mansion, that would have been awesome. But they didn't, so whatever.
I'd say this is our way back.
How long to get back?
If we're unlucky, maybe a week.
And if we're lucky?
We stumble over Bartrand's corpse on the way.
Agreed. 8 p.m.
We're back where we started. And in only 5 days.
5 days later.
Could we slow down? I'm not feeling very well.
I think all our stomachs are a bit tender right now.
I'll wager it was those deep mushrooms we found.
Nope.
No. Bethany!
It's the Blight. I can sense it.
I'll end up just like Wesley, won't I?
There must be some other way.
I'm not going to last until the surface. It's coming on faster.
There might be something we can do. I stole the maps from a warden that had come to Kirkwall. I wanted to know if he was looking for me. He wasn't. The maps were for planning their own expedition into the deep roads.
Does that mean the Grey Wardens are here?
If the Wardens are here, I know where. We could bring Bethany to them.
And do what? Become a Grey Warden?
So, since we don't know anything about that...
Is becoming a Grey Warden a cure?
Yes, I suppose it is. But it's not without a price. One not everyone is willing to pay.
Is this even possible? How does someone become a Grey Warden?
I can't tell you. But it's not something you can undo once it's done. Even if you want to.
This just keeps sounding better and better.
They might agree to it, however. That's if we can find them in time.
I don't see any better options.
Then I hope I'm right.
What's wrong?
I think they're nearby.
You should be able to sense them.
It could be Darkspawn.
Or it could, yeah. Let's just say, should be able to sense something. But yes, for those of you who don't know, it is possible, not 100% guaranteed, but possible to become corrupted simply by being in the presence of Darkspawn. Either magically or literally inhaling the air that they exhume, kind of a situation.
Anders.
Fancy meeting you here, Stroud.
I could say the same. I thought you were through fighting Darkspawn.
I'm not here to fight Darkspawn. I came looking for you.
Because we're the player character? I don't know, Pandemonium.
You mean the girl as a recruit? Of course you do.
No, this is the beginning
I'm
of Act
sorry.
2, Dead
I
Man
know
Walking.
this comes as no comfort to you, but we do not recruit Grey Wardens out of pity. It is no kindness.
Bethany happens to be a powerful mage. You'd be an idiot not to recruit her.
Be that as it may, I cannot.
Stroud, trust me when I say this one is worth your time. With the Blight over, you Wardens don't have recruits lining up.
This is no simple thing, Anders. This may be as much a death sentence as the sickness, and you know it.
She'll die anyway. Take her and try. I'm asking you.
Very well, I will try. But if I do this, then we are even. If the girl comes, she comes now, and you may not see her again. Being a Grey Warden is not a cure. It is a calling.
Are you sure about this?
I'm not sure about anything, but I want you to live.
We must move quickly if we are to make the surface in time.
Then, I guess this is it. Take care of Mother.
I'm just not gonna say anything. I don't know, Mraid. That actually doesn't make sense to me, but then again, we don't really know much about the Grey Warden's politics in general. We only really encounter a few, and most of them are like Duncan, or Awesome Dude, whose name I can't remember. The guy who injures the Archdemon. No, she does not, I think. Shiryu? Pretty sure she doesn't.
Home, sweet home. Finally. Oh, I wonder if Bartrand came back to the city. You think I'd be that lucky?
And luck hasn't exactly been our strong point so far.
This is true.
Redoran, thank you.
Sorry about what happened to your sister.
She'll make it. Bethany's a strong girl.
I should have seen Bartrand's betrayal coming. I'll find that maggot if it's the last thing I do. I imagine you'll be heading home to tell the family.
I don't have much choice.
You'll be a wealthy woman, Hawk. It wasn't all for nothing.
I thought she only rejoined you if she went to the circle, but I could be wrong.
Oh, my baby. You made it home. Bethany isn't with you.
No.
Is she coming back?
I don't know.
Well, we could dwell on that. Or we could just move ahead.
Yes, but that's not the connection you're looking for.
Isn't it? The involvement of the Grey Wardens makes perfect sense. And the Champion's companions? Merrill, Aveline, Isabella? That Warden Anders.
Don't remind me. I introduced them.
We thought they all came from Ferelden together, but now it makes sense. Motive and opportunity.
It's still not what you think.
Then I need to hear more.
Unless you've already decided. I can always go if you don't need me anymore.
Tell me what came next.
3 years later. Or whatever.
The treasure we found in the deep roads made us a fortune.
Was it 1 year? 3 years?
The champion moved up in the world.
Yeah, it is 3 years, I'm pretty sure.
Bought a mansion in Hightown. Everyone knew who she was now. Even the Viscount was taking notice. The Grey Wardens left Kirkwall. It was months before we learned Bethany survived.
Yeah, she survives the joining, by the way. I knew that.
3 years later, the Kunari still haven't left.
Yeah, nothing's
The
changed.
Kunari insisted they were waiting for their ship.
Yeah, waiting for their ship for 3 years.
Knew better.
Waiting for a ship, a Kunari ship, mind you, which is not necessarily limited to the same things that other ships are, for 3 years. I want you to genuinely think about what you were doing in 2011, okay? And think about all that has happened in your life between 2011 and now. Really, just think about it. I know I have an unusual perspective on time for reasons that I'm not going to bore you with, but a year is a long time. 3 years is an atrociously long period of time. And for that to all happen and it's just, oh, and we got a mansion. And nothing else has changed. We're part of the nobility now, though, so that's kind of cool. I already gave my full rant on this earlier.
There are concerns the Kunari influence is no longer contained.
Was it ever? Kirkwall has tension enough between Templar and Mage. But these Kunari, they sit like gargoyles waiting
Apparently,
for
bro.
and everyone goes mad around them. Nearly 4 years I've stood between fanatics. And now, this.
Bump, 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 wah, 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 wah.
Don't keep us in suspense.
Leave us. Meredith at my throat, Orsino at my heels, and the city is scared of heretical giants. Balance has held because the Kunari ask for nothing. Even the space in Lowtown was a gift to contain them.
I agree, Lurker. 3 months would have worked much better.
But now, the
3 months is
Ashok
plenty of time to
trusted
get
you.
settled, moved in, and
My
become
name.
politically positioned.
What did you do?
Also, 3 months to for the Arashok to basically become upset at the situation is probably the nicest way I could put that.
I got his attention a couple of times. I guess I impressed him, but that was years ago.
It makes no sense.
It was just 3 months, not 3 years.
I just need them quiet. I remember how you helped my son. It seems you are meant to have influence above your station.
I am a member of the nobility, you jackass. I have as much influence as any of these other yahoos, and I have a big sword,
Can you
too.
do that for Kirkwall?
Yeah, whatever.
Is this a paid position? I'm somewhat in demand.
You've served yourself, built a fortune. I give you that.
I actually didn't mean it.
But if you, and only you, cannot calm this situation, I fear the only reliable investment will be in swords and armor. Serve your city, and then we will talk about what you are due.
Hey, Crispin. Glad you liked it.
Arishok is waiting. Stepping down is looking more and more appealing.
You probably should. I mean, you might lose your head if you don't. So yeah, this is the guard captain plate, isn't it? No? Didn't I just get the confusion? Meh. Whatever. I have a huge sword, Salamander. I can't even say that with a straight face. So here's the thing, and as Salamander requests, I'm going to rant about something. That I'm going to do this pretty quickly here. Heaping personal tragedy on someone is something that works in order to help flesh out a character, and it's for pretty obvious reasons. As I mentioned before, you know the kind of character you really are in real life and in fiction, based on how you deal with tragedy and personal circumstances of such an extreme negativity. Like, oh, I don't know, losing your one sibling, losing your other sibling, and then losing your mother. That's actually horrifying. The thought of losing my sister or my mum is something that's terrifying to me. I would probably be mentally and emotionally broken by such circumstance. Which is why it's so pathetic that in Dragon Age 2, instead of it being this incredibly emotionally impactful, horrifying moment, it always felt like something that was on a checklist. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. You know, if they had more time to flesh it out, I think it would have worked. You know, it's the same thing. Every time I do this, you guys need to remember, every time I do this, they were rushed. They had a year to make this game, and they could have done it better if they didn't, but, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, if they had actually had time to flesh out the relationship between these characters beforehand and actually show the tragedy of these moments having some kind of impact on Hawke, that would have worked. But instead, there is no impact on Hawke. There is no fleshing out beforehand. And then they die, and it's like, the end. Yeah, I've actually already been working on my garrison, Crispin. And I still love Warlords, and I don't really care what other people say. I still love Warlords. The end. Yeah, exactly, Raskor. In the moment, it's actually decently well done. The moment when we actually see our mother is actually pretty horrifying. But what is not horrifying is the fact that just nothing happens. It's just like, okay. It's over. They're dead. Moving on. You know? Total lack of impact. Again, if they had just fleshed it out. Yeah, I actually agree with that, Lurker. 1 month to work off the debt, 3 months to move forward, and then the completely artificial year skip that happens between Act 2 and Act 3, which was completely unnecessary. I wouldn't even have that time skip. It literally changes nothing. The time skip to make your debt, yeah, okay, makes sense. Even though I still think that should have been playable game time, but whatever. The time skip because you became part of the nobility, understandable, although again, I kind of wish you had had some say in it. Imagine if they could have taken, I know some players probably would have disliked this. But imagine if they could have done keep mechanics, as I've discussed many times before, with in between Act 1 and Act 2. Actual playable thing where it's like, I want to choose these people, and these people will help me build up, you know, I want to recruit these servants, or these workers, or these architects, and these people will cost me this much gold, and these people will cost me this much gold, and I have to go to these people in order to set up this building, and I want these kind of rooms, which will give me this benefit, or I want these kind of rooms, which don't actually give me a benefit. Instead, it's just, you know, something aesthetic-wise. Imagine if they fleshed out a chunk of the game which was literally just, here, make your mansion, and actually buying your way into the nobility. Having that, yeah, exactly, Raskor, a social roleplay section of the game. I know that I am not in the majority for liking that kind of stuff, but I would have loved that. But no, just... And then there's the time skip between Act 2 and 3, which is completely irrelevant. Oh, by the way, to make this clear, one thing I think would have been really cool is if they had if they had the ability to play for that section, but it was also optional. In other words, if you just want the default mansion, you could just say, handle it, and then they could skip forward 3 months. And so there you go. Now you have your mansion if you don't feel like replaying it, or if you don't feel like playing it to begin with.
We'll need to give them answers by tomorrow, Captain.
I'll have them. Dismissed.
The Seneschal was particularly vocal.
Dismissed.
Politics. And a woman who doesn't like politics.
You'd think the Captain of the Guard could requisition a Templar or two, but no, that would be demeaning. Can't have them working for the people when eternity needs a nanny.
You had to know cleaning up this mess would be difficult.
It's not the challenge, it's the unending part. And really, I blame you. You poured money into a pot that was already full. Everything has shifted. Good job validating the fears of every anti-Ferelden and Kirkwall.
In my defense, screw Kirkwall.
I didn't realize I was making it worse by getting ahead.
I'm just harassing you. Although you are a bit like the center of a hurricane. Changed fortunes for many people. Not always for the better.
I'm sorry, I love that middle image of just walking through Kirkwall. And of course, the eye of the storm, everything here is just da-da-da-da. And then the camera pans out a bit, and we see just as this hurricane is destroying Kirkwall around us.
Sounds like you're spreading yourself pretty thin.
There are a lot of people in my charge. Someone has to look out for them.
You guard the guardsmen?
I don't turn people loose like Jevon. There's additional training, doubled patrols. Costs are up, but I've halved injuries. I'll take it and argue with Seneschal Bran later.
After the last captain, you couldn't have expected this to be easy.
At least I had the guards on my side. Once they understood, they rallied. And those who didn't weren't fit to hold the crest. Stack friends against the enemies. I don't know if I came out ahead, but it's for the better.
Yeah, by the way, Sten is a rank... or it's actually... calling it a rank is partially correct. It's more like Sten is a designation. That's why Sten will later be called Arishok, because, yeah.
Grouse all you want, but the Aveline I know doesn't regret a second as captain.
They'd have to drag me out of here. And I'm sure some are lining up to try. You among them, I bet. Haven't had much time to follow you around.
Really, Braid?
Not that I need to. I can trust that you at least try to do right. I'm with you if you need me, Hawk. Just say the word.
I need you, Aveline. You know, that way. But don't look at me like that. I like gingers. Let's see. Why is she not giving me the mission? I actually want to do her mission.
Nothing going on, Hawk?
Whatever.
To know if there was.
No, I kind of plan on doing everything, though, Mr. Dino. That's the intent. Yeah, pretty much. The Kunari... Like, I would be called Ruminator, or Rumination, or whatever, if I was in the Kun. Well, actually, that's probably unlikely. They'd probably say I was only useful for digging ditches or something. So I would be Ditch Digger. Or you would be Cook. Or you would be, I don't know, insert job here. Okay. I like how she's still in the back there. And I also like how she has the Grey Warden outfit on. But, yeah. So... Actually, I kind of need... Yeah, whatever.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you, Messiah. If only you humans didn't all look the same.
I was called to the keep on important business, Bowden.
Yes. I was hoping to catch you before you arrived. I came to deliver this to you. The last of the proceeds
Thank
from
you,
all that
Titans.
treasure you found in the deep roads. It seems your friend Varric found a buyer after all, yes? Quite well done.
Yes, I'm glad he found a buyer for tons upon tons of gold.
I can put this to good use.
Of course. Always happy to help. Before I go, may I simply say how grateful I am that you've allowed my boy to stay in your home. I said I would repay you for saving Sandal's life, and I shall serve you faithfully. It is good to know he is safe.
Let me guess. This was Mother's idea?
As you say, yes. I'll leave you to your adventures. Your mother asks that you return to the mansion when you have a chance.
Damn it, Bragwin. Admit it. It's just because it's Gideon Emery. Nice, Lurker. You know, it's funny, Raskor, because that's something I feel like they could have explored more here, but they didn't. In fact, that's actually, not to spoil much, but let's just say that that's going to be a huge element of my Primus campaign whenever the players realize it. Alright, that's actually drag him along, and her, and her. Actually, no, that's wrong. There we go.
So the Seneschal's tax collector won't be coming around again like you asked. Funny story.
I'll pass, but thank you for the help.
Spoil sport. Why you want to squat up here in Hightown is beyond me.
I like the view.
So do I.
I'm gonna try and keep her Pandemonium.
3 years.
It feels like it was yesterday.
There's still no sign of Denarius. I'm beginning to wonder if he's finally given up.
This is his mansion, isn't it? He must know you're here.
Would you be surprised to learn that it isn't, in fact, his mansion? It belongs to a Tevinter merchant, one who has evidently given up on the place.
Yes, Testament.
Perhaps he is dead. Perhaps Denarius killed him. Either way, if Denarius is aware of my presence, he has done nothing.
I agree, Raskor. They did bother to emphasize the fact that the characters interact with each other regardless of you. Alright, here, Raid. Just for you. Hang on, we need to actually make this a little bit different. Oops, wrong one. One moment. One moment. Needs to be a little bit taller. There we go. Okay. Hang on, gotta get in the right position. There we go. Perfect.
Isn't this what you wanted?
Yes, but tell me, what do you do when you stop running?
You take a breath and look around. And start anew.
I don't know how. My first memory is receiving these markings. The lyrium being branded into my flesh. The agony wiped away everything. Whatever life I had before I became a slave, it's lost. I shouldn't trouble you with this. My problems are not yours.
They could be. Wink, wink.
Your problems are my problems.
Unlucky you. But enough. You have much to keep you busy, I'm certain.
Wow, we're actually getting friendship with Fenris. Wasn't actually intending that, but whatever. I suppose we'll level some people really quick. No! Why would I give the Lyrium Shard to Varric? We need to get rid of that damn thing. That thing's terrible. Let's see. Is that the one I want? No, that's not. Wait. There we go. Gosh, I hope so, Dustman. If they don't, then well, I don't want to think about that. They do actually have chamber pots, that's a thing. Meryl!
By the dread wolf.
It has nothing to say to me. Dr. Fenris. Don't care about Anders. Hang on, do I have... Yes, I do. Okay. There we go.
Hunters.
Stop right there. You are in possession of stolen property. Back away from the slave now and you'll be spared.
People aren't slaves, mate.
Fenris is a free man.
I won't repeat myself.
Then he repeats himself.
From the slave now. I am not your slave.
Here we go.
Now to demonstrate. I don't know what you're talking about. Anders has been dead for 3 years. Yeah, 0 tolerance for slavers. One thing that's interesting is a lot of the side quests in Act 2 feel a lot worse to me than the ones in Act 1, but most of the character quests, which happen in Act 2, feel fully fleshed out for me, and pretty well done overall. I'm curious if everyone else, what your guys' opinions of this fact are. Yeah, for me. So, how long do you think that shield's gonna hold out, buddy? Oh, it didn't last long enough. You're dead. Kill him, Fenris.
Where is he? Please, don't kill me. Tell me. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, the beach
swear.
needs to go up one here.
Adriana brought us. She's at the holding caves north of the city. I can show you the way.
No need. I know which ones you speak of.
Then let me go. I beg you. I swear
You chose the wrong master.
Believe it or not, I'm actually totally okay with what Fenris did there. Sorry, no tolerance for slaves.
To think I was free. They'll never let me be.
This is someone you know.
My old master's apprentice. I remember her well. A sniveling social climber that would sell her own children if she thought it would please Daenerys. If she's here, it's at his bidding. I knew he wouldn't let this go.
Then why are we standing around?
The holding caves held slaves in the old times, but apparently they are no longer abandoned. We must go quickly, before Hadriana has a chance to prepare, or flee.
Nicely done.
Like I said, Act 2 has its ups and downs. As I already kind of described, I don't really have much else to add there. Yeah, seriously, just punch your hand through his face! It's not that hard. There's only one cave near Kirkwall. Maybe I should have actually made a mountain cave thing, too, because this is the 3rd time we've been to this one.
Can't we talk about this?
Hey look, slavers. Hi. So, tell me, do you have any regrets in life? Because, if you do, well, tough, but, you know. And yeah, I am rather a fan of Gideon Emery, and have been for some time. Hey, Fitzcut. Welcome back. Oh my god, Crispin. Just for 1 second. Twitch acknowledged that I exist. Yeah, Ruiner, but again. I agree completely, Eli. But then again, the 3rd act is basically 100% drivel. I'll talk about that in a bit. It's not 100%, it's more like 98%. But there's a lot of bad and dreck in the 3rd act. We'll get there when we get there. It's another reason I feel like this game was so negatively received by people. Because, it's hard to enjoy a game that's, you know, just ends so badly. And that's not even a Mass Effect 3 joke. Now I'm a dwarf. One of the things I find myself wondering, is if the original intent was to flesh out the Kunari's dilemma.
That's not really my thing.
Instead of, segueing it into the whole, hey, by the way, mages thing that they did. Right. I've already made that comparison, Prog. I have nothing else to add to that. So this is almost assuredly going to be...
We must be careful.
A cutscene.
There were many such holdings
A
once,
teleporting cutscene.
especially in the mountains, where individual slavers kept private pens. They were designed to protect against raids by fellow slavers. No doubt it's why Hadriana chose this place.
Still overall positive, Titans. And that's true, all the trailers were really focusing on the Kunari and the battle with the Arishok, which was another thing a lot of people were psyched about. I was gonna say something. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Do slavers attack each other often?
They did. What better way to find slaves than to steal them? The holdings outside of Tevinter have mostly been abandoned, but they still exist.
Very likely, Bernessa. In answer to Fitzgott's question, and for everybody who's recent, the no men thing, it's gotten to the point where I'm actually starting to enforce the no Dragon Age Inquisition comment thing. So I'm actually going to start handing out temp bans, timeouts, if people start talking about Inquisition, because I'm just, it's getting out of hand. I don't want to be cruel, but I need to enforce it if people are going to follow it. So
A few protections won't stop us.
Let's hope this isn't a waste of time.
I'd just like to say, by the way, in defense of Dragon Age 2, or rather in defense of the CGI team, I felt like that CGI opener, the one with Hawk fighting the Arishok, was really, really cool and very well done. And people like me theory-crafted the hell out of it. Yeah, haste, important, definitely. Let's see.
They're still here. Good.
This is another Dwarven Ruins one. Is going to start climbing up in Act 2, if memory serves. And you're welcome, Lava. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, isn't it? It kind of makes or breaks a melee character. IMO. Oh. Sure, Titans. I actually felt like what we were going to see...
See for yourself. The legacy of the Magisters.
Is this allowed in Tevinter?
It's encouraged.
They find many ways to justify their need for power.
I just think they needed more than a year, Crispin, no matter how you cut it, to be blunt. Anyways, my biggest theory about the trailer was that we were going to see two big things. One, Hawk, the champion, was going to be someone who was an Omni. In other words, someone who could be a mage, warrior, rogue thing, and that was going to be what was significant about Hawk and made them different from the other people around them, because that kind of discipline is basically not feasible in a setting like this without significant amounts of dedication and skill. The other thing I was really getting into, and I'm just going to summarize this in brief, was the idea that the Kunari had basically finally made their first opening moves of conquest, and we had decided, for whatever reason, to oppose them, and the best way to get their attention would be to actually best them in battle, and the entire game was going to be about us trying to learn more about the Kunari and infiltrate the Kunari and blah blah blah, and etc. etc. Nothing really worth noting here.
Well, at least it's not boring.
Hey look, dead people. You thought I was kidding, didn't you? Let's give us a better view of the battle here. Damn it, I'm trying to block, like, all of the battle. Ah. There we go. That's better. Actually, I have.
Here we go.
Yeah, I tend to agree, Fenrir. It's possible that is what they were going for, and that's why we never saw it, was because... But, you know, whatever. Oh no, he teleported slightly further away. How, Fitzcott? Oh, gotcha, Fitzcott. You're right, I could do that. But I mean, Varric, man. Pandemonium, don't make me silence you. I'll do it.
Can't we talk about this?
That's another reason I like two-handers.
Did they touch you?
They've been killing everyone. They cut Papa, bled him.
Why? Why would they do this?
The Magister. She said she needed power, that someone was coming to kill her. We tried to be good. We did everything we were told. She loved Papa's soup. I don't understand.
You're just a slave to them. Property to be used.
Everything was fine until today.
It wasn't. You just didn't know any better.
Are you my master now?
No.
But I can cook. I can clean. What else will I do?
This is another really horrible look and insight into how the Tevinter Imperium works. They have the majority of their slaves so thoroughly under their thumb that most of them aren't even aware of the fact that they are slaves, that they have no idea of just how bad their lives really are. After all, if you raise someone to always understand a certain circumstance and always live under a certain circumstance and go through the effort to actually try and brainwash them, not magically, but just through, you know, more mundane means, yeah, so we're going to hire the hell out of her and try and give her a better life because I'm not freaking evil.
If you go to Kirkwall, I can help you.
Yes? Oh, praise the
But
Maker.
don't ever
Thank
call me master.
I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave.
I gave her a job, Fenris.
Ah, then that's good. My apologies. Let's find Hadriana and be done with this place.
I know. Maniac. How did I get rivalry with Isabella for that? What is wrong with you, Isabella? God, woman, I'm trying to get along with you and you're just making it difficult. Is there like a thing I can do to just raise my friendship with her or just have sex with her so she won't... Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. And yeah, we already talked about why child slaves are... God, I actually got a little bit of bile in my throat just thinking about that. Child slaves are valuable. Oh, God, that's just terrible thinking about that. So, and that's one of the reasons why. Well, I need her to stay, is the point. I need Isabella to stay. And I remember I had to go through some hoops to get that to happen the last time, which irritated me. Okay, did I just miss a door? Again. Because I thought this door was... It is impassable. You know, Krenzler, I tend to get attached to my fictional settings. I do. And I'm not ashamed of that. I've mentioned it before. I stand firmly behind the idea that there's nothing wrong with caring about a fictional character or concept or setting, right? But part of the reason this type of slavery hits me so hard is because I know that this kind of thing happens in real life, too. And has happened in real life, too. And that is... not acceptable. And that's all I feel like I can say about that.
And here we go again. Let's finish this! Go down! Kill them! You don't shoot me before anyone else. This one was quite a handsome driver.
See, I actually personally disagree with what Isabella would think as you described in that situation, Fitzcott. But I get what you're saying, and you're right. It's just, I totally disagree with that. I did free her. I did take care of her and set her up in such a way so she can actually take care of herself and have her own, you know, life in the future, etc. I mean, for God's sakes. But I disagree. But moving on. Isabella approval. Act 2. Give her the ship, which I'm going to do that. Do something, do something. What the hell's the name of the quest we're on right now? Hang on. Ow. What are we doing here? Bitter pill, there we go. Okay. There's one more friendship thing I could get to make up for that here. Yeah, I do too, Fitzcott, especially since that poor woman probably has no concept or idea or knowledge of living on her own and would just be, well, probably worse than a slave if just loosed in an area like freaking Kirkwall. But...
Now we fight. Go down.
ah, well. It's funny, because I actually kind of like Isabella, but she and I very much disagree. Although that's something that can happen, because, you know... oh no, she brought backup. Oh no, most of her backup is dead. Oh no, the rest of her backup is dead. Probably Fitzcott, but right now she's like leaning towards friend. She's too much towards the middle, and that's the problem. So, yeah, agreed, Schmidl. Like I said, the Irashock is, in my opinion, the best example of that in this game. I mean, I completely disagree with the Irashock, but yeah. Are you done wasting my time? Hi.
Stop! You do not want me dead!
There is only one person I want dead more.
I have information, Elf, and I will trade it in return for my life.
Ha! The location of Daenerys. What good will that do me? I'd rather he lose his pet pupil.
You have a sister. She is alive. You wish to reclaim your life? Let me go, and I will tell you where she is.
This is your call.
So I have your word. I tell you, and you let me go.
Yes. You have my word.
He's gonna
Her
kill
name is
her.
Varavia.
So hard.
She is in Carinus, serving a magister by the name of Ahriman.
A servant, not a slave.
She's not a slave.
I believe you.
You deserve that.
We are done here.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about it. This could be a trap. Denarius could have sent Hadriana here to tell me about this sister. Even if he didn't, trying to find her would still be suicide. Denarius has to know about her and has to know that Hadriana knows. But all that matters is I finally got to crush this bitch's heart. May she rot, and all the other mages with her.
This doesn't mean we shouldn't look for your sister.
What else should it mean? Even if I found my sister, who knows what the Magisters have done to her? What has magic touched that it doesn't spoil? I need to go.
Now, I'll admit, again, I don't really agree with Fenris on many things. I think he is way too extreme on his anti-mage stance. But, at the same time, it's really easy to sympathize with him for me, and I actually kind of totally agree with his idea to kill the crap out of that woman. I would have done the same, to be totally blunt. So, now that we've done his quest, let's get Isabel. Oh wait, I already have Isabel. I should go. Damn it, Meryl still has nothing to say to me. Whatever. Let's go ahead and get, I can't even think of his name. Right.
So I think a spring wedding would be lovely, don't you, Sister Kalinda?
It would be, I'm sure. But do you think it's
Yeah.
wise to play? What was Lorerunner? I've never heard of a Danish who's been there.
I don't imagine...
Am I the only one who always found it weird that the Chantry has a lot of red in their design?
Wouldn't start waterproofing your wagon.
I thought it would end here. That young lady, Hawk, she decimated Flint Company. No survivors.
3 years ago!
Yet, now that I know who sent them, it's harder to see their deaths as justice.
Death is never justice.
Hawk, we were just talking about you.
Last time we met was 3 years ago! And we were talking about what we did 3 years ago! It surely doesn't feel like it was last week or anything like that.
Saying good things, I hope.
Hawk asked diplomatically.
You know, I hate it when you do that.
Hawk muttered in an angry aside to the dwarf. If you two have a moment, I've learned who hired Flint Company. The Harrimans, a noble family of Kirkwall. They were my parents' allies. It's hard to believe they betrayed us like this.
Anyways, yeah, it is done red on purpose. That's actually a deliberate choice for the setting. It's just interesting. Because, yeah.
This is why the cycle of violence never gets broken.
You jest, but that's the truth. Give this up, Sebastian. Dedicate yourself to the Chantry as you swore.
I must speak with Lady Harriman and find out what drove her to this madness. But I am the last of my line. I should not go alone and make myself a target.
Why is everyone looking at me?
I don't know why Choir Boy here didn't yell Hawk to the rescue. That's clearly what he was going for.
If this allows Sebastian to make peace, it is worth doing. You've taken on lesser causes.
Please.
Yeah, but they paid better.
I have no one else to turn to. If you like, I can travel with you until you confront Lady Harriman. Otherwise, you can always find me here in the Chantry.
Join me, Sebastian. Join me. play some Meryl for the moment.
I'm desperately trying to stay away.
But the giggling, and the perfume, and those revealing dresses. Oh, I just can't resist my one true love. The nugs! Oh, I want you. Oh, the way you squirk and squirk and... So anyways. Depends on your definition of abomination, Cashel, but yes.
It's like you haven't moved in 3 years.
Ha ha
It's easier for people
ha.
to find me this way. Do you remember the relic I told you about? The one I need to find? I've been following a lead. I'm so close I can taste it.
Isn't that what you said last time?
Oh, you mean when I went digging for that stash?
Yes. That turned out to contain several badly written poems and an old boot.
It could have contained the relic. I just thought I'd let you know that I may soon be taking you up on that offer of help.
And here I was hoping you'd forgotten.
If I learn anything new, you'll be the first to hear about it.
Just tell me if you hear more rumblings from the coterie about protection. Blondie's got enough trouble. Let me ask you something, Hawk. You made it into Hightown. I'd expect anyone else to get complacent, but you must have plans.
Politics. Power. Power. More power. I've talked about Andraste extensively. Twice, actually. Like, half an hour and one time during Dragon Age Origins, and then like an hour the other time. Why is that guy looking at me? Are you looking at me? Are you looking at me? How, Rowan? Thing is, honestly, my Hawk is very mercenary, so...
I could go into business for myself. You must have pointers on that, don't you, Varric?
A business is like a puppy. Take your eyes off it, and soon there's shit all over your floor. To be honest, I thought there might be a chance you'd want to go back to Ferelden now that things have calmed down. It's good to hear you're sticking around.
What would I do without my trusty dwarf? I'd cry myself to sleep without you.
Oh, don't get all teary-eyed on me, Hawk. You know I can't stand to see a human cry. So, we've got a whole city-state full of trouble to get into. Shall we get started?
Got your own.
Feel like the world's getting simpler. Like everything from eating to fighting is a lot less complex than it used to be.
Ha ha ha.
Come to me, and I'll take you to places you've never been.
Isabella, are you talking to Bianca?
I think she deserves to feel a woman's touch on her trigger, don't you?
Bianca responds to my touch. She'd never give it up for you.
That's what they always say, and I always prove them wrong.
Stop it. You're confusing her. And me.
Hey, Darkstar. Alright, No, you're not what I meant to do. Take two. No, whatever. That's a good question. When should I do the Legacy DLC, which everyone tells me I should do in Act 2? So, yeah. Alright.
So, choir boy, this usurper of yours is, 20 feet tall? Not even close, no. But he has claws for hands, right? Fingers. Perfectly normal ones. If a little fat, perhaps. He eats babies, though, and farts fire. You're not serious, I hope. You can't even pretend to be interesting, can you?
Hmm. Let's go ahead and do the Sebastian thing, since you guys did donate for it. And then we'll go ahead and do Legacy. With Vengeance. Wait, I went to my house. Whoops! I actually meant to go to Sebastian's. Ah, what a wonderful mansion. Sure, a good thing I didn't get to set this up over the last 3 freaking years, but, you know, whatever.
You've settled in nicely.
It's just luck. And skill.
Indeed. Still, more coin never hurts, right? Say, if someone wanted to pass some work your way...
I'm listening, Aveline. What's the trouble?
A thorn in my side, inventing trouble and scaring people. Remember Emmerich, the Templar? He wants your help, and some sort of official sanction.
Official sanction?
For his investigation. He's convinced that every random murder in the past few years is connected, and he won't be quiet.
Oh, I'm sure it's totally not connected to my mother's murderer. Don't be silly.
I seem to recall he had some good leads.
3 years ago.
Then you won't mind chasing his threads. If it leads somewhere, I'll pick it up. Right now, he's just distracting my men. He's in the gallows. Do what you can. Thanks.
Go ahead.
I'll try not to make a habit of this.
Go ahead, Saldir. My answer is still yes. So, no worries, basically. Alright, that stuff's here now. No, 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 no. I accept everything. I will do all that you ask. Flag flying at half-mast? Does your soldier not stand at attention? Does your dwarf shy away from the deep roads? Come to Jorman's Apothecary and ask for our special sauce. Our special sauce is infused with the essence of 52 herbs. It's completely natural, completely safe, and absolutely effective. You will never be the same again. Be the man other men want you to be. Be the man you deserve to be.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about what happened with Hadriana. I took out my anger on you, undeservedly so. I was not myself. I'm sorry.
Smoochies.
There's no need to apologize.
You are generous. When I was still a slave, Hadriana was a torment. She would ridicule me, deny my meals, hound my sleep. Because of her status, I was powerless to respond, and she knew it. The thought of her slipping out of my grasp now. I couldn't let her go. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
What do you mean?
This hate. I thought I'd gotten away from it. But it dogs me no matter where I go. To feel it again. To know it was they who planted it inside me. It was too much to bear. But I didn't come here to burden you further.
We're friends, Fenris.
I'm not certain I know what that is.
She claims she was sent here by you. I didn't know to tell her.
See, Bodet is very polite. He starts a sentence, and then he lets us have our discussion with Fenris, and then he continues his next sentence.
Greetings, mistress.
No. Don't ever call me master.
I've never been out on my own before, but I found it. Many people know of you. I hope I've made myself useful. I've already begun cleaning, and I can cook. Not as good as Papa, but a little. Is there anything else you'd like me to do?
Yeah, I'm paying you.
If you're staying here, Lorerunner, it will be as my servant.
You mean I won't be a slave anymore?
You'll be paid, like anyone else.
A slave is all I've
I know,
ever been.
Pandemonium.
Like Papa and Grandpapa before me. I'll try to be a good servant. Thank you, mistress.
Ah!
You're so good to me.
Stop calling me that! Ugh, like poison. Hang on, real quick. Alright, let's do this Sebastian thing really quick. Come on. Or not you, actually. Nah.
Are you an Andrastian, Fenris?
If I say no, will you attempt to convert me?
Many elves believe in the Maker. I ask only because I wonder if your experiences soured your faith.
My faith was never strong. It's difficult for a slave to have faith in someone who abandoned them.
The Maker didn't enslave you, Fenris.
He didn't help me much either.
And yet you stand here free. Perhaps he helped you more than you think.
No, I'm pretty sure that was me, but thanks for the thought. I burned her eyebrows off. Kidding, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of agree, Titans. It's going to take years to undo that kind of programming.
That's strange. The door's wide open, and not a single guard posted. This is not the Lady Harriman I remember.
Nah, I'm sure it's fine.
There is something very wrong in here.
Nah, it's fine. You worry too much.
More! You lazy son of a bitch! What's taking so long?
Flora?
Why does no one in this house care what I want? More wine, or I swear I will drown you in the dregs.
She doesn't even see us. This is no normal wine.
Oh, it's... I can't come up with something good enough off the top of my head. I don't know wine that well. It's Budweiser's new wine! There you go.
More logs. It must be molten. You, more coins. I want every scrap of gold in this house.
Please, Monsieur!
There's nothing to fear. You'll be beautiful. Pour it over her.
Don't! You'll kill her! He can't hear me.
Okay. That was unusually anticlimactic.
Perhaps I should be the one.
Yes, you should pour the molten gold over your face. Do it. Do it. It's a hardcore reimagining of Goldfinger. See you around, Zelda.
I visited this house often as a child. They could not have concealed such goings-on.
So...
Oh!
Ah!
Lower! Lower!
I
No.
beg your pardon.
Down to the toes!
No apologies necessary.
No, the feather. Use the feather.
On his toes?
Where have you been all my life? Today, I am more than a man. Come, felicitate me.
That's a great line. I should use that. Oh, I could get it embroidered on my blouse.
He has no idea we're here. I've known Ruxton Harriman my whole life. He's a complete prude.
That's my kind of prude.
Where's your brother? Let's ask him to join us. I have the manacles right here.
I got nothing. I got nothing. Sweet, a fancy poison ring. That sounds wonderful.
Turn back. There is nothing here for you.
Oh, hi.
Odd. When we watched you being a drunken ass, you ignored us completely.
You shall not enter.
Wow, that's really effective at stopping. Oh god, please don't fall over in my path. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Let's just say those feathers were super effective, Lexia. And Rage. Wow, this actually hurts.
Demons, temptresses. We must see what greater evil they were protecting.
Oh my god, it's Newt Gingrich! I can't even say his damn name. I think you're supposed to fall on your left first, right?
A ruin, so close to Hightown. I remember no such thing.
And this is just under the city, basically. I think the Warden was busy conquering the known universe. I don't know, Pandemonium. I'm trying not to think about it. Okay, is it just me, or are these things suddenly hurting, whereas nothing has been hurting prior to this moment?
It's too much.
Seriously. That's actually the first health potion I've used in this playthrough. I mean, really. Whoops. I'm guessing it's the DLC that's the difficulty spike, not the, anything else. Oh, I don't know. Here, use this, and this, and this, and this, and I don't even know what these abilities are, because I don't care! There, you are now that person. Enjoy. That is... Okay, I'll give you that, Cashel. Athaka was much worse than this. It's actually a different model, too. My goodness. Jack, we're gonna actually start using some stuff if this is gonna be the way things are. Come on. It's all good, Schmeidoff. I'm sure he'll manage to keep up with us nicely. Oh my god, really? I'd go with Paladin for Icewind Dale's first flame raid. But what can I say? I'm old-fashioned. Nah, it's fine, Salamander. Sebastian's got this.
I'll deal with this.
Let's see. What else should we give him? Is there any other sustainables I can give him? Just to really confuse the issue. Wait, he doesn't have any other sustainables. Damn it! Oh well. Damn it, Raid, stop being evil. I want you to get that. Do I have armor for anyone? Nope. Immunity to stun. Yes, please. Ooh, a Nug Charm from my lovely wife. Darkstar, this is your one warning. Everyone gets one. Because it's kind of a new policy. Really, Raid? Really? Wow. So far, Sebastian strikes me as a kind of character that isn't going to actually, I don't like him, but I don't dislike him. He's just kind of there so far. He does strike me as the kind of character Wynn could have been if she was written more poorly. And I don't mean that as an insult per se, just a statement of fact. So, I don't know. I do like this DLC so far. It's decently well written, it's interesting. Sebastian himself is just there. I don't really have much of an opinion on him yet. Right, I don't have Varric with me.
Well, at least it's not boring. Now you fall.
Finish dying, God. Well, alright, I'll take back the one warning thing, but I do try to warn people, especially since it's kind of a new rule, because I'm just tired of hearing about it. That's really the truth of it. I'm literally tired of hearing about Inquisition. Everyone has been talking about it nonstop for the last 2 weeks, and I explicitly mentioned that I'm trying to go into this as blind as possible, and people keep talking about it, and it's like... So, I've just started actually enforcing that rule now. That's all. So, this is probably not indicative, but that's a giant pile of dead bones. Well, I mean, obviously it's dead, but I mean human bones. So is that. That's kind of gross. It also makes me wonder if that was being done deliberately. damn it. Actually, that really wouldn't surprise me, Mraid. Considering this is a Tevinter city and a Tevinter state until pretty damn recently, relatively speaking. This is the first time I've seen loading like this show up on in this game. You see that? In the lower right there? Huh.
Starkhaven will not submit. I put that idiot Goran Vale into the Prince's Sea, but the other families won't heed him. I must marry him to Flora and solidify our hold. But I need more power.
I've given you much. Your desires run deep.
Yes, 3 days later.
You've already traded your husband and your children. What more can you offer?
Yeah, I don't get why I have to escape there, but whatever.
At the Blooming Rose, 50 silvers standard for a hall.
You'll hardly find my services standard.
Who is this?
That wasn't an offer or an invitation.
How did you get here? Sebastian.
You were my mother's friend. How could you murder her?
Such an ugly word. I prefer remove the only obstacle between her and her dreams.
This was your idea.
I could create such desires if I wished, but it's far easier to nurture those that already exist. The desire for power is easy to find. You and your friend both possess it, do you not? You both wish to rise.
I want to pause here for a second to comment on something. I like the old Desire Demon's voice better. For those of you who aren't paying attention to the sound design, back in Origins, there was the nice, simple, lighthearted, woman, probably even the same voice actress who spoke, but very, very quietly in the background, you could hear going in and out a much deeper and more kind of a voice, also echoing the same words in the distance, which really added to that facade nature of the Desire Demons and made them more interesting, I think, instead of just here, which is a little more generic. But whatever. I do like power. But you can't give me power, so you have nothing to offer me.
Not if it meant selling out my family.
How loyal were your friends to you? Everyone has a price. Everyone wants something.
Yes, but you don't have what I want.
Do not listen to
you bug.
Oh, such a pious soul. Masking so much.
They also look worse in the head area, which I could also explain.
You yearn for the same land.
The thing in the back is kind of gone. The flames are kind of gone. The horns are different.
I am the rightful heir. She is a usurper and murderer.
You swore to put aside worldly goods and ambitions, but they couldn't stop you from wanting them.
Yeah, the Desire Demon in 2, it's obviously the same type of model, but if you really pay attention and look at the two side by side, there are noticeable differences between the two. Audio and visual. And personally, I feel for the worst, but that's just me.
You'll be a good ruler. It doesn't matter what you do to get there.
I'm not acting from ambition. I only want what's best.
I didn't want to
for
say
my
that.
People.
For the people who'll adore you. All those smiles they used to save for your brother. Now you'll be the shining prince. All you have to do is kill anyone in your way.
Her eyes are different too. Loading! Why is this a thing? Why do you have to hit escape here? That doesn't even do something other than open the menu ordinarily. So why? I'm not even skipping anything because there was still the scene. 3 years pass.
Let us return to the Chantry. I must pray for Lady Harriman's soul.
You, I'd just like to say.
Let us return to the Chantry.
You just said that.
Sebastian, I am so sorry is such an inadequate word.
No, I have not,
When I
X-Bob.
think what
For obvious
Mother made
reasons.
us do.
No men.
What those creatures made us do.
We were friends, Flora.
It was like a cloud came down on me. All I could feel or think was what the demon allowed.
I don't care, X-Bob. At all. In fact, you're new, so we have a new rule. If people actually start mentioning Inquisition in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to start handing out timeouts in the chat for it. I'm enforcing that rule now, so...
Did your mother order the attack on Sebastian's family?
She did. You know Mother, Sebastian. She was always jealous of your parents. The demon twisted that until it was all she could think of. She was determined to seize Starkhaven for herself.
Was your mother a mage? How did she fight this demon?
We've never had magic in our line. Perhaps that made Mother too confident. She thought she could deal with the demon and not fall prey to it. Those ruins there were unearthed when we expanded the house. Mother found the demon inside.
No, this is Dragon Age 2.
Before we even knew.
So,
So you get all the debauchery and none of the blame?
I wish I was so lucky. Do not suggest I did this by choice.
It's a demon of desire, Flora, not coercion. It can't tempt you with anything you truly don't want.
If it takes every last coin my family owns, I will make reparations to everyone we've wronged. Starting with you, Sebastian. We weren't the only ones vying for Starkhaven. If you face more opposition, you have my support.
It will not make up for what happened.
No, that's true.
I'll tell you when I need you.
So, that is the first time in which Sebastian has actually irritated me. So, just because you guys are asking my opinion of Sebastian. I'm sorry, but I've never... This is a joke, the way I'm saying this, to make this clear. I am never in favor of someone who is so adamantly in a extreme as far as position or perspective. Or, in other words, I try to approach things with a little bit more moderation. Most of the time. And so him taking this hard stance of, and a total lack of, I don't know, forgiveness or redemption, kind of bothers me. But we'll see. And I think the Chantry deserves Sebastian. It suits him, Chantry life.
Is this getting you any closer to your ship?
Huh?
I just don't understand why you're working with Hawk. You don't seem to care about anything we do. What's keeping you here?
Mostly the blooming rose. I'm paid up to the end of the year. I'd hate not to use it.
The brothel?
What? Women can't go to brothels too? You're just not using your imagination. Oh, look. Now you are. You're cute when you're blushing.
Do you know that in Tevinter the Chantry receives a tithe for each slave sold?
Yeah, okay. That quote right there. I've been actually waiting to get that quote. That pretty much summarizes everything about the Black Chantry that you really need to know. Right there, in one nice, wonderful little nutshell. Yeah.
I used to be like you, you know.
You used to be a woman?
Well, yes.
No.
That explains a lot.
My family put me in the Chantry because I was giving them a bad name.
It was the best thing that ever happened to me. I found peace. I found a purpose. Before I came here, I used to be out to all hours. Drinking, whoring. I didn't believe in anything except my own pleasure.
Why couldn't I have met you then?
By the way, Sis actually had the idea that in light of the new Twitch rule and some general irritation with other things, including the fact that I was declined for a Twitch partnership, I should clearly try to enhance my viewership. And so she was going to give me one of her bras, and I was going to put it under here and pad it with something so it looked like I had a chest to try and add to my viewership, just as a joke. The second part of this, or the second layer of this, which is funny, none of her bras fit me because my chest is too large.
I had hoped prayer might cleanse me of the Desire Demon's touch, but I still hear her voice so clearly. I feel like I've bathed in filth that will never come off.
Wash behind the ears. Evil usually gets stuck there.
The demon didn't lie. I used to be bitterly jealous of my brother. I wanted to be prince. Now everything he had is mine. And he lies in ashes. I keep asking myself, do I want this because it's right? Or simply to have what I never thought I could?
It's okay, Bandit. I am genuinely upset about it, and I haven't actually gotten over it, but... whatever.
Do you have an answer?
No. It cannot be right to lead any army to Starkhaven with such doubt in my heart. I owe you more than I can say, Hawk. I will offer my service to you here before I move on.
What are you showing me, Baronessa? I am never looking at anything Baronessa links me again.
If you want to help me, do it because we're friends. There's no debt between us.
You have a good soul, Hawk. It was truly the Maker who led you to me.
Well...
I think this is yours.
My grandfather's bow, but where did you get it?
One of the Flint Company men did some looting. I figured I'd return the favor.
Thank you. It's hard to mourn the loss of a thing while my family lies dead. But I did think of it.
You can't shoot your family at a charging bandit and stop him dead between the eyes.
Do you hold nothing sacred, Hawk? Still, I'll stop dwelling on what can't be fixed and appreciate this gift you found for me. I look forward to testing it.
You're welcome. Now, get out of my party. Okay, now we will go do Legacy. After we take a break, we've been streaming for 5 hours, so I'm going to do a super quick break here and eat something, because unfortunately I am still made of flesh. So I'll be back in a bit, guys.